Testing, testing. Let me listen to that back myself. Testing, testing. Let me listen to that back myself. Okay, so I guess my mic is dog shit. Uh, there's not really much I can do about that. Testing, testing. Listen to that back myself. Okay, so I guess my mic is dog shit. Uh, there's not really much I can do about that. What the heck? Why is it always so quiet? I hate this. I hate this shitty mic. Alright. This is the best I can do, I think. If I need to turn anything up or down, then do tell me, I guess. It is what it is. Alright. So what we're going to do is I will open Mongil Stardive on my computer, I think. Give me one moment. Oh my gosh, it's loud. Please, don't ear rape me, please. Okay, it's not that bad. Give me one moment. Everyone pause. I have to download a 2 GB update, okay? Nobody panic. I also don't want everyone to see my logins or whatever, so I'm gonna keep it on the AFK screen. Nobody panic, just wait. I will also mute my game, probably, because I don't want Yeon to complain about something the whole time. Alright, here we go. Let me turn my game to borderless window so I can tab between very easily. Alright, perfect. Shall we begin? Let us begin. Ugh. Oh right, my OBS shortcuts don't work for some reason. I will do it myself. Hiya. So, this is what the spreadsheet will look like. I have like literally just 2 characters done. Here's the best character in the game. And I believe this is a good way to present all the relevant information for that character in a very condensed format. So on the left side here is basically like a quick overview of what the character, like how good the characters are. These are the 4 like things that I think people most value in characters. And there should be a good like way to determine how good they are. their damage will be relative to their class and other not class, but other characters that fulfill a similar role. For example, I'll not be comparing Yeon's damage to fucking uh, Esther's damage or something. Field time is how long they take to do their rotations. For most support characters, it'll be close to 0. Some support characters take a little bit longer. For example, A0 G1 might take upwards of like 1.5 seconds to do their combo or something. Bonnie needs to hit a little bit. But for the most, I guess Flare as well. Flare freaking comes in, does the whole dragon wing thing that takes like 2 seconds to do before you can switch out of her. So like, yeah, there's some characters that will have a little bit of field time. Support will outline all of the supporting buffs that they give. Yeon is a defense shred machine. We have things like G1, who gives infinite stamina plus wind damage buff and maybe a small attack buff. So this outlines what kind of support abilities they give in their kit. Breaking is how much neutralization or stagger bar damage they deal. Stagger bar, in my opinion, is not a very good mechanic and typically lends itself to being a DPS loss. But with the addition of the Eldorado monsterling, it is a pretty good effect where like you use it basically to switch through all your characters and apply a bunch of buffs in a very short amount of time. So instead of thinking of breaks as a window where you deal a lot of damage, think of it as get massive damage buff that will buff you for your next 8 seconds of attack or something. And then I give an overall score based. If a character has multiple important awakenings, I will give a different score for each awakening, but for Yeon, it is a simple 10 out of 10 broken-ass character at A1+. Down here, I have rotations. This is their rotation upon switching in, and everything that they do on field. For example, Yeon, typically what you do is you just press the skill button, and then you swap back out. When you press the skill button on this character and swap out, she will finish the rest of her skill off field. And also this skill will proc things like Golgak's Lake if you're using that. She has an alternate rotation which you use to deal a lot of damage with the ult by using A4 or A6, where you do a dash into a basic attack to guarantee spawn a shadow, and then hold dash to teleport to said shadow, and then you press ult, and that just drops a hydrogen bomb worth of damage. That would be like her, you know, main DPS kind of rotation, or like switch sub DPS explosion. Here, this is a overview of like what the character does and my personal thoughts on the character. Describes like kind of how you play it as well. Should be the most useful part of this guide. And then on the right here, we have different playstyles for the characters, their teammates that they go well with. For Yeon, she is the best character in the game, so she goes well with everyone. Duh. Good morning. Thank you for joining the stream. Next up here is the recommended awakening. Here I aim to put very strong awakenings that are extremely relevant to what the character wants to do. For Yeon, obviously she really wants her A1. If you're at A4, you can do the teleportation, this combo right here to drop a hydrogen bomb. And then at 8-6, you get an extra bit to that hydrogen bomb. Maybe I should add that actually. I will add that. A6 for bigger bomb. Is there a share link? Not yet. I want to keep it private while I'm working on it. This will take a very long time because Mongil is a really complicated game. So, and I don't want to share like any incomplete information, but I'll try to get it done maybe in like today or the day after or something. Next up we have skill upgrade priority. This is obviously skill upgrade priority. Let me put this here. There we go. Eon's most important thing is support. That's what she's known for. That's what she does. Ultimate is for the bombing, and she does a lot of damage with it, so that's good. And then this stuff is whatever. You do occasionally click skill to charge her ult faster, so that is a good upgrade. Next up is the monster substats. So what I have is a best in slot. Like, it's hard to like give a best in slot because a lot of characters have a lot of different things that they can build. For example, Yeon really wants boss damage, obviously. Really wants lightning damage for her passive and also to do more damage. Support to do more damage with her support skill, which hits way too hard. And then the last stat, we don't really know what she likes. Like, whoops. Crit damage or attack works. Crit damage is easier to cap, but like, it is a more important modifier for the most part. I did not include element weak here because you're typically using Yeon outside of lightning weak content because she's just too good. So like, you don't really need it. I guess I can put a note here that element weak is technically better here if you're fighting a lightning weak, but I think that should like be intuitive for a lot of players. And then I give a priority for what you should like want to get on her in the order that you want to get it. Obviously, boss damage and lightning are the most important things to get, followed by support, crit damage, attack, suppression, whatever you want. Now, Mons. My first slot here will be the Link Monster. Link Monster. I Link summon Golgak in the... What's the Link rating of Golgak? Any Yu-Gi-Oh players? Anyways, the Link Monster will be the first slot. This is the monster that will come onto the field and inflict some debuffs, usually. And the other two monsters are there usually for stats, or, well, not stats, but for their rank effects. And then to the right of it, I have subs for each of these slots. For example, you can sub out Golgak. Sub in Golgak for these two if you're using some sort of off-element tertiary thing instead of like these two guys. I guess I should put, well, element link is good. So yeah, this is pretty standard for Yeon builds, I think. Like some sort of support link that gives a bunch of element weak, followed by Amon, which she effectively has 100% uptime on, and Golgak for Golgak. If you're playing a lightning team, you can run Moonshadow Loop to shred not lightning team, an ice team. You can run Moonshadow Loop to shred ice defense. And then if I get around to it, I want to put videos of the character being played. My YouTube channel basically has every character already, so it shouldn't take too long to get there. And then we're gonna have, for some characters who have different roles, like say Yeon or even Mina can sometimes be played as a main DPS and other times as a support. I will have the different play styles, different teammates laid out like this as a separate like tab. But I'll work on that later. So that's the whole idea of the spreadsheet. This spreadsheet will have a lot of things. The navigation page and formatting will be work in progress. Every character will have their own sheet that looks like this. After that, we have a team building section. This is basically done, I think. No, it's not done. Let me go over here and grab Mina's picture, and then merge these 4 cells. Boom! Alright, now it's done. This is how you team build in Mongil Stardive. Choose your main DPS. Simple enough. Say you want to build, I don't know, a lightning team. Alright, let me pick Benjamin as my main DPS. Alright, add any prerequisites. Some characters need prerequisites. So if you have Esther, you add G1. If your flare is A2, your main DPS is fire, and you don't have a really good Yeon, you can add flare. And then after that, just add the 3 overpowered things and your team is good. So, if I were to build a lightning team, I would pick Benjamin, and then there's no prerequisites, so I add Yeon, Francis holding Melody, and that's a good team. These steps will always produce a team that will clear the hardest content that you would want to clear. This is a flawless team building strategy. Next up is sample teams. This is teams that I play or like to play, and the best teams in the game, maybe. Is there anything to say? It's just Yeon and Francis. I have a tier list for, currently I have base tier list, which is, like, if you're starting out, some of these characters will be displayed here at A1. A lot of the 4 stars will be put on here a couple times based on their awakening level. For example, if you have A4 Ben, he is a A-tier main DPS that has damage comparable to that of Mina A1 and Esther A1. Whereas if you get Ben to A6, he transcends mortality and becomes the strongest character in the game. Melody played on heartstrings is so powerful that it deserves its own spot on this tier list. So it's here. Most of the 4 stars are really strong main DPS, like Cloud at, I think, 8. I should put A4 here. Like, at A4 to A6, he is a very powerful DPS. And my channel has hopefully proved that point. So, yeah, he is, you know, A tier up here. Ellie is very strong. Angel's main purpose is to kill mobs in Rift with her skill. And she does that very well at even just A2, because A2 gives her skill the bonus from her passive, 40% more damage or something like that. And with that, she can effectively one-shot every single mob wave all the way into like Rift 45 or something. She is very strong. Francis is strong. At A0, she's just like a normal level of strong, and then at A4, she's like the best melody holder in the game. Most of the 5-star standard banner characters will end up in the B tier because they are strictly outclassed by 4 stars with some level of awakening. For example, Penny at A1 just doesn't do Benjamin's damage. Nowhere close. Flare is here because she has the best ult in the game, but outside of the best ult in the game, she is a very useless character. Ophelia is here because at A0 F1, she does not do Cloud's damage. And if Cloud's up here, Ophelia will be down here. Verna does not do Angel's damage, so she's down here. Gabby does not do Ellie's damage, so she's down here. G1 is not in Francis A0 tier because G1 is only useful in one team with one character, which is Esther. Outside of that team, even her Sig gets stolen by Francis. So, like, what's the point? So she's also B tier. She's completely linked to Esther in viability, and that is not a good sign for support. In my mind, a tier list is supposed to help new players or inexperienced players figure out who to invest in. And, like, if you invest in anyone, like, in the S to A tiers, you will not regret it. These characters you will like. They will do damage, and you will be able to clear content with them. Whereas if you invest in B tier characters, you might not be able to use them everywhere, and they might actually eventually be replaced. Like, if you build G1 and you're like, I don't have Esther, she's useless. Why did you build her, you know? And if you build Ophelia and you're like, oh, my Cloud is A6 and he does double Ophelia's damage. What am I doing here? Why did I build this character? You know, that's the idea of it. C tier is the tier of characters that don't carry their own weight, basically. The dog shit. And that's just Liho. Liho is so freaking weak, man. He does like half the damage of main DPS Angel. He freaking does nothing. His support skill is buns. He does no damage. He's a cooked character. Next up is the bricks. These are characters where you build them, and then you're like, why did I build them? They include Daisy, which is honestly okay. Daisy heals better than Francis, but she doesn't increase your damage in any way. And in a game where the content is gated by a timer, you really want to maximize your damage. So Daisy does not serve any role here at all. She does resurrect people, but if you're dying, and if your DPS died, you're not going to do a lot of damage. Sangoon is down here because, unfortunately, my boy is weak as tits. Let me go see if I can just go here. Go here. So let me just show you Sangoon's pathetic damage. So let's first get this out of the way. When Sangoon is allowed to use his passive, his damage is really good. Alright, this is a short video. This is Amon 15 using A1 Sangoon, holding Mina's Sig, I believe. Where, like, when you see when he triggers his passive, his damage freaking skyrockets. Did you see how much he did, like, off-field from his basic attacks? And then he freaking clicks his ult, and he's like, oh my god, he's popping off. Look at this damage. He presses his skill, Amon gets chunked. He's huge, right? And then, like, you go over to fight a boss that doesn't do any counters, and then you're like, what am I doing here? Like, more bosses in this game, like 95% of bosses in this game are closer to Kustos than Amon. You're never going to trigger any counters, you're never going to get his passive, you're never going to activate his Sig, and he's just out here doing freaking 4,000 damage a basic attack, and you're like, my Yanhua does more damage than this guy. So, with, like, effectively maximized, like, my standardized, like, DPS, main DPS gear, it took this man 3 minutes to kill off-element Kustos. Now, the second weakest character in the game, Liho, right? It took him 2 minutes to kill off-element Kustos. And I'm saying Liho is trash, okay? Like, he is one of the weakest characters in the game. Sangoon took 50% longer to kill an off-element boss because he can't counter. He is trash tier. You are literally better off building an off-element DPS of some other element. You're probably even better off building a Bonnie to do damage than Sangoon. He is so freaking weak. Anyways, let's get out of this. Light investment tier list. So this tier list will be for probably more applicable for most players of Mongil. So this will have the 5 stars, instead of it being at F1, will be at F3. Because F3 5-star SIGs are extremely powerful. They give an extra effect and they like double your damage or whatever. So like, you know, this is a very big jump in investment into each of these characters. And when you're investing that much into a character, you want to make sure it's worth it. So let's get stuff out of the way. The Melody F5 is just broken. If you didn't know, Melody's damage, like the amount of damage you gain from Melody dupes, is not linear. You gain like, I think like 17% on the first dupe, and then like 8 and like 9 or something. And then the final dupe gives you like 20% more damage. The final dupe of Melody is like a third of the dupe's powers. It's insane. And when you're at F5 Melody, I don't think there will be any other support like artifact that you ever want to use. Here we have Mina at A2. A2 F3 is a very good stopping point for this character. She gets effectively infinite ults and does a lot of damage. Esther at A2 is the same as Esther at A4 because her A4 is actually useless, but she does good damage. I put Mina A4 in S tier because when we have Mina at A4, her defense shred becomes 20%, which unlocks her potential as a support unit, which I believe she has a place for in the future, because Uh, is my game even on? My game crashed. I forgot that PC crashes. Alright, the game is not gonna be very helpful on the side. But yeah, for the most part, these are as you'd expect. Ophelia A4 is currently on the watch list. I believe Ophelia has potential to be A+ tier, but we will have to wait for Ice Rift to check that. By the way, the tiers are kind of separated arbitrarily, like by power level, but there is kind of a logic behind it. A+ tier characters will be able to clear Rift 26 on Element. Like, I am 100% sure that Benjamin, when Lightning Rift comes around, will clear Rift 26. In fact, I'm pretty sure he can clear Rift 29 easily. That's what this tier is about. No, not... Yeah, it's clear 29. A tier characters on Element will clear Rift 26 guaranteed. I know that this season I cleared it with Angel, and this season I cleared it with Verna. And I know that Cloud and Ellie are on the same power level as Angel, meaning that they will be able to clear their respective rifts when they come around. B tier characters, they might struggle. They might go to Rift 22 at their in their own respective rifts. Might be able to hit 26 with the support of broken characters. That's what the tier entails, and I don't want to talk about Liho. And that's the same down here as well. And I think this is a pretty good list here. The only thing I would look out for is Ophelia potentially going up to here. Gabby, I have no fucking clue. Earth Rift is nowhere in sight. I don't know what's going on. Difference between A6 Esther and A6 Mina. I think A6 Mina is marginally more powerful. They are not like worlds apart like some people would want you to think. As someone who played a lot of Esther, her damage is comparable to A6 Mina. We just don't have Duo Zenny for win. And also she is way harder to pilot. Because Mina, you just hold down one button and you win. Esther, you actively have to dodge every attack that the boss does. And that is a lot more engaging than Mina, so it's harder to get her damage output out. Again, the other thing I said was Duo Zenny. Duo Zenny is like, why does that Mon exist? There is no other Mon in the game like Duo Zenny. His rank is broken. His link is broken. Why does he exist? Meanwhile, Wind doesn't even have like a Duo Zenny rank. There's no monster that has like wind resist decrease by 11% on switching in or some shit. The only thing you have is fucking Manwol and Knockjung, which are link effects that last 5 seconds. Their duration is actually closer to around 8 seconds, I believe. And have 15-second cooldown, meaning you don't want them on your main DPS, you want them on G1. Like, G1 wants to hold Knockjung to proc the effect for your Esther. Meanwhile, you know, Fire's out here going Duo Zenny, blowing everything up, you know, like, what the fuck? But if we ever get wind, like, monsters, I believe Esther and Mina are very comparable. The game is very balanced. I haven't done an, like, heavy investment / whale tier list yet, because I have no idea how strong A6 Ophelia is. I don't know how strong A6 Penny is, and A6 G1. Is she good at A6? Who knows? I only know how strong A6 Mina and A6 Esther are. And yeah. That's why I'm refraining from making the heavy investment tier list. But I want to say, before going on to actually making the tier list, the broken tier will be reserved for if there's any Black Beacon players in chat. Ozzy and Jisha, they have to be so overwhelmingly powerful that if you're not playing them in your party, you are throwing. Right now, Yeon and Francis both have arguments to be made to where, like, you can play something else. Like, I can reasonably argue that Angel is more useful than Yeon in a Mina team to clear mobs. In fact, I do that. I sometimes like play an equal amount of Angel and Yeon on my off time. The sound in-game is really loud. Oh, my bad. I'll turn it down. I'm sorry. Alright. Um... I can argue that Francis can be replaced as well. For example, she is replaced in Esther teams. And you can argue that if you don't have Melody, Francis is not very good. That that's just the truth. Like sometimes Francis without a Melody just doesn't carry her weight. But yeah, that's a tier list. Let us move on to some build creation, shall we? What character do you guys want to see first? I already have Cloud and Yanhua and G1 and Esther kind of listed. First one in chat to type a character will be able to decide where we go. Come on. Ophelia? Okay. Let's do Ophelia. I should copy this formatting. So this spreadsheet is derived from a previous spreadsheet that I had where I did the Black Beacon tier list. So let's see. Ophelia. Nice. Ophelia. She is a main on-field DPS. Nothing else. Awakening relevance. Are her awakenings really good? This is where I wish I had the game open. I can just read off of the fucking game. Let's turn the game back on. Do I update this launcher? Somebody help me. Do I update this launcher or not? Will it fix the crashing? The update is fine for... Okay, I'll update my launcher. Alright, while that's going, we can just go back to here. The signature weapon dupes is, like, the best thing about her. Her damage is... She's... What did I rate Cloud? 8 out of 10? I think 8 out of 10 for her is good. She does comparable damage to Cloud. She has field time close to 100% field time because fighter passive. Hello, welcome to the stream. No, I want to like show it on stream and look at it myself. Support, she has effectively no support abilities, I believe. Her breaking is middling. I guess I will have an A0 ranking and an A6 ranking. A6, I do not currently have the knowledge to... What the fuck? Do this one yet. Her rotation is very simple. It is skill to BA chain to skill to BA chain to skill to BA to repeat or swap. Cast skill to trigger Sig and Amethyst Sword passive, then use Ophelia's high damage basic attacks to DPS. After using the third use of skill, Ophelia gains a support damage buff, where if you swap out, she will perform a basic attack chain that theoretically does increase damage while off field. Okay, you, even if you have A6, we don't have anything to compare it to. Wanna ask you, what do you think about Penny? She became my main user, Chard Rogue. So Penny, as a main DPS, is lacking in that she doesn't do as much damage as A6 Ben, even with a couple of dupes. Ben is just too strong. Uh, you can't you can't fight this guy. He's him. But Penny is still good. Like she is a solid DPS character, and she benefits from Yanhua's A1. I mean, her thing. Yeah, what can we compare Ophelia to? We have to wait till Ice Rift, right? Um, where like we can really see how Ophelia compares to Cloud. All right, let's write her description of Ophelia is a sustain ice DPS that constantly outputs solid damage using her Diluc-like skill to be a chain while on field, and continuing to perform a set of basic attack while swapped off. Um, Ophelia, she is easy to pilot, easy to understand, and overall just a solid uh DPS unit tab. There's not much else to say. She's just a good character. Teammates. These two nerds. Is there any other potential teammates? Cloud. I guess I'll put Cloud here just to have Cloud. Naraye. Neon and Benjamin? True. I guess I'll just put Benjamin here. Two off, two, sub DPS options. Ophelia can afford some time off, some off-field time because she automatically performs a BA chain after swapping off. Is he Penny as a sub DPS? Yes, Penny, especially at A2, is basically a sub DPS. In fact, the like lightning, the mono lightning is just 3 DPS in a trench coat, like sub DPSing off of each other. um, a Ophelia main DPS team. Featuring these two to maximize Ophelia's damage. Very simple. You're an Ophelia main. Do you use CDR on this character? Because if you have a little bit of CDR, you can, like, chain her skills together without waiting, basically, right? I changed the format of this. Instead, I use slash marks. slash element weak. The other day that Francis was struggling to keep up with him at A4. Yeah, but I mean, Francis can hold a melody. And you don't have melody. And melody is like 3/4 of Francis's power. CDR only helps if you scuff it because at 45% you have no downtime between first and second cast, but you still have some time left over for third cast. Okay, so she basically doesn't need CDR then? Alright, in that case, then it's what, boss plus attack plus ice, plus something else. You can help me with that one. Uh, boss damage is obviously the most important. Greater than ice. Greater than attack. Link Mons. I'll put the current good Link Mons here. Gogak. Gogak. Moon Shadow. I'll put a Mon here. And then in subs, I will say possibly Reggie, Luna, or whatever that thing's name is. Wait, why did I put Amon here? Where the fuck is Scar? There we go. Notes. Subject to change as new ice mons might be released in the near future. Recommended awakenings, 4 and 6. Basic attack greater than skill, greater than ult. I think that's pretty good for Ophelia, right? We need one more stat. I'm gonna go check the Great Ophelia Mains Ophelia guide. I think that should give me everything I could ever want. I don't even know why I'm hesitating here. Boop, boop, boop. Attack, damage to boss, ice. I'm gonna ignore suppression because that sounds bad. Don't need crit rate, yep. Element weakness, critical damage. The artifact will give you a lot of crit. Okay, element weakness it is. Personally, I want to revisit CDR later. Chaining more skills cast over casting a full Eye Fist to proc the armor set if it's needed. That is a good point. I'm actually going to leave this one to question mark then. Because I also think CDR is good on her. I mean, provided I only have A0, but I prefer playing her with CDR than without. Ophelia can Cloud replace Ophelia? Oh, absolutely. A6 Cloud is like way too strong. Unless your Ophelia is like, I don't know, A4, F3 or something, just use Cloud. Cloud is way stronger than low investment Ophelia. Here I'm going to put more question marks. Alright, so Ophelia, we can come back to it later. Next character. Who else do we need? Everyone. Let's do a character that everyone pulled for recently, shall we? Let's go to Mina. Oh, I need to copy the formatting. This is also a character that I think I have the most experience with as well. Mina. What is the color that I used for fire? Oh, it's a deep red, I see. So it's like this one. Actually, still many things which are not pretty sure right now, especially... Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of different things that are going to happen. Mina is a main on-field DPS slash... off-field debuffer slash... breaker? Awakening relevance, extreme. Sig relevance... She doesn't really need her Sig for her supportive role, so I'm gonna put it as an A. Her damage is currently the highest damage in the game. Field time... can be 0 for support, or 100% as DPS. Actually, Ophelia's team is pretty set. She's missing as Narai. As your other support will be Yeon, and then yeah, basically yeah. I expect Narai to basically just be the support, but we don't have her for another like 2 or 3 weeks. So for now, we're gonna make the sheet as is. Support is 20%. Defense shred with really good uptime, surprisingly good uptime. Her breaking is best in the game. A0. People really like that A1. I don't think the A1 is that important, but at A1 she's stronger than Ophelia, and is she stronger than Verna and Angel? I don't think so. Yeah, in my testing she wasn't. Okay, she gets an 8 out of 10 here. And then at A6, do we even need to say it? She's the strongest DPS in the game right now. Rotation is cooked. I don't think there's any way for me to... What the fuck? BA 4 to skill to BA 4 to EBA. Oh, I need to divide this into two things. Let me go. Boop, boop. And then here, I have a template for this. Yeon already did this. Let's just do this. Go here. So BA, get. I can just say get 3 essence. What am I saying? To EBA. While out of ult, do combinations of skills and BA forecasts to gain essence. At A1, you can chain BA4 from skill, shortening the rotation. BA4 or skill, but BA4 into EBA. Inside of ult, you need to perform one BA4 to gain all 3 essence. Did Kusto's effect rank trigger when we attack with different elements? Because it is different from Gogak. Yes. If I... Oh, alright. I can... hopefully my game doesn't crash. If it doesn't crash, it is much easier for me. Kustos requires a critical hit from an Earth attack, I believe. If your main character... If the, like, holder does not do Earth damage, it doesn't trigger Kustos. But if Kustos' Link skill hits and crits, that can trigger Kustos' rank effect. Yeah, here's Kustos. It requires a critical hit with an Earth attack. Alright, let's continue. Mina, this is best team against bosses. Despite her high stagger power, most of the EBAs performed will be outside of stagger, meaning Yeon will still buff damage significantly. Her subs can be Angel, Fire, and the Flare. Substitutes for Yeon that accomplish various goals. Angel helps more with mob clearing speeds in Rift, but falls behind the Yeon in bossing. Flare A2 helps with mobs, but less than Angel. Hold on. A2 is an in-between of Yeon and Angel, helping a bit with both mobbing and bossing, but overall falls behind both in performance. That is a lot of text. Get smaller. Recommended Awakening? A2 slash A4 slash A6. They're all good. Hold on. Any of these awakenings are good. BA to skill to ult to support, I agree with that. She should be using... I believe she should always be using CDR. It helps with mobbing just way too much. I can't conceive of playing Mina without CDR, even at A6, and if you're not A6, play CDR, please. Next up is fire damage, I guess, and then the last slot should be attack? Yeah, attack or element weak. This is main DPS. Her best mons, there is no doubt what her best mons are. Let me just go over here, and where the hell is Fiend? Not Fiend, Duo Zinni. Insert, image, incel. Boom. Duo Zinni. And there we go. Cooling in the kitchen. Which better, Flare A2 or Yawn A6? Also, Flare is pretty strong with mobs in Rift. Um, A6, in my testing, here, I will show everything on stream because we're on stream right now. This is a public Discord. I'm not leaking anything. Yeah, I know I've been talking to you. I know who you are. I can search, go over here, Flare. So I did extensive amounts of testing in various floors of Rift. Um, in almost all my tests, Flare took anywhere between 20 seconds to 40 seconds slower to clear Rift 49. Um, compared to Yawn or Angel. Angel is really, really good at killing mobs. Whereas Flare has some fallbacks. Um, Notably, her switch skill is really bad, and her normal skill AoE is not big enough. Those are like the main problems. Uh, it took 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Typically, it took me around 3 minutes to reach the boss with A2F5 Flare. Angel takes any like 20 seconds is like 20 seconds faster. And then in floors with a boss, Yeon not only helps with the main boss, but also the mini boss and clears it faster. In Rift 50, where there are 3 bosses, Yeon's like bossing power just freaking skyrockets. So like in reaching the boss, both Angel and Yeon does it better. And then on the boss, Flare actually gets to show off a little bit. She kills the final boss in about the same time as Angel because various reasons. Her dog shit switch skill, I swear, loses at least like 10-15 seconds throughout the fight. Every time you switch her in, she freaking has to aura farm with the wings and like take forever to do her thing. And you're just actively losing time every time she switches in. My god, I hate it. Um, Angel took 33 seconds, and then Yeon just kills the final boss in basically the same time as Angel. I think this was because I misplayed. I did note that I misplayed, so Yeon could have killed the final boss even faster. So basically, Flare kind of falls back in getting to the boss, and then also falls back against the boss, meaning she's a fine choice. Like, she's not a bad character, she's just outclassed by both Yeon and Angel. That's all there is to it. 2 set of Mountain Peak Majesty gives -3 fire res to target, so if we use it on Yeon and Francis, would it give us -6 fire res? No. We're currently working in the Discord on checking every single buff and how they stack. For the most part, if 2 buffs have the same debuff value, like if 2 buffs both say like -5% fire resistance, they will not stack. But if you can stack, say, Onse and Cinder, because they are 2 different values of a debuff. Alright, let's go back to this. Mina will have these 3 monsterlings. There is no substitute for Duozini. It is the strongest monsterling in the game. Golgak is good, and Scar is good. There is no substitutes. I guess I can put Amon here if you, for some godforsaken reason, do not have a good Amon proc. You can put Amon in this slot instead. Alright. Mina is currently... Mina at high investment is currently the strongest main DPS in the game. At low investments, less than A2, she competes with A6 4-star options like Verna and Angel. Mina is an easy to pilot main DPS that streamlines rotations to the player in a easy to understand way. while also being extremely lenient with survival. She is completely invincible during the teleportation a part of her BA4 and during the entirety of EBA chains. This allows players to effectively ignore most of the boss's attacks and continue to perform her rotation unimpeded. Mina's awakenings are all extremely powerful. A1 cuts her rotation time down somewhat significantly and adds a bit of extra damage. A2 gives massive ult charge, and when combined with F3 effectively enables permanent ults. A4 unlocks Mina's full support capabilities, turning her into a S-tier supporter capable of competing with Yanhua in certain compositions. A6 gives her a very simplified ult rotation and just a lot of damage. As mentioned earlier, Mina's Sig uniquely has ult charge on it, meaning dupes on the Sig are equally important. Let me add a little passage here. Mina is a fighter, meaning she continues to perform her BA chain when swapped out. As her BA4 applies the charm debuff, you can quickly swap to her and swap off to apply charm for the duration of her fighter off-field, turning her into a support that can activate turning her into a support very similar to Yanhua. This is further augmented at A4. I think that's it. Excellent. This doesn't take long. I've done 2 characters in the last like 30 minutes. This is gonna take forever. Let me fix this. I think CDR is the most important thing. CDR greater than boss damage, greater than fire equals attack equals element weak. Cool. Gabby next? Oh dear. Does Mina's clone count in the brawl damage boost? I have no clue, and I don't even know how I can go about testing that. It is such a difficult thing to test, but I want to assume it does. I can't tell you. The brawl stat is not a very good stat. You can just don't build it. Just get this brawl stat from the boots and don't build it on your monsterlings. And I'll say greater than suppression. The reason for greater than suppression is again, most of your damage is while the boss is not broken. I have videos in the Discord that pertain to that. I think that's good. I'm pretty happy with all of these. All right, Gabby next. My all of these 5 stars in the banner, I am not confident about because I haven't played them at a high awakening. But I will try my best. Tier list? Gabby? What did I choose for this? It's like a darker green. It's like this one. Gabby, why did I lose my borders? I want a white one with right there. Main on-field DPS. Her dupe relevance is kind of mid. Like, the first good dupe is at A4 and A6, I believe. Is roll stats really affect your characters, like destroyers, fighters? Yes. Wow, my game didn't crash. All right. So if we go over here to say Yanhua, she is an assassin and she is very cute. If we don't have the assassin stat like thing here, we can go over here and check that her neutralization, not neutral, suppression is at 17%. Why the hell is that 17%? Whatever. If we equip the assassin shoes, which gives this, her suppression goes up to 48. So Mina A1 F3 is better than her A2, right? Because A2 only gives energy for ulti. That is debatable. They are very similar, I would say, because I think A2 gives a bigger amount of ult charge, but I would take F3 over A2, probably. Oh yeah, getting A2 also gives you 10 extras weapon banner pulls from the event. So, if you want to gamble, you go A2. Let's go check out Gabby, actually, shall we? Her A1, I don't know what it does. A2, it generates a rock guaranteed, so it saves you a basic attack sometimes. A4 gives you 50% more damage. That's good. A6 changes everything. So Awakening Realm, let's say only A4/A6, I think is a fair assessment. Sig dupes, her Sig is good. Uh, I, it's an S tier dupe. She is weaker than Ophelia, unfortunately. I think I can only give her a 7. Uh, at lower investments, she is probably... I can't say that. The standard DPSs are so ass cheeks, man. She's better than Sangoon. She's not better than Ophelia. She's better than Flare. She's better than G1. So she's like the second best standard banner DPS, I guess? Okay, she's not that bad. She has... She has main DPS field time. Her fighter passive is relevant. Defense buff from ult, I guess? Her breaking is mid. I can't give her 8 out of 10. She is not that good of a character, unfortunately, at like A0. And I don't know what her A6 is. Rotations. I'm going to give 2 different rotations based on how much stamina you have and if you are under Melody. Because her dash speeds up her attacks a lot. So I'm gonna copy over Yanhua's little double box. Maybe I should just be copying Yanhua's everything. BA4. BA, how many attacks are in her chain? It's 4. BA X4, X3, 2 or 3, to hold BA. I call it EBAs in this. I should just be consistent with myself. If you don't have stamina to use, simply mash her BAs until she maxes her pips. What is it called? Spiritual power. Spiritual power. Then use EBA to deal big damage. You think Naraya will be top buffer after her banner come and make other buffer no match for her? I doubt it, because Francis is too strong. They would have to do something ridiculous for Naraya to compete with Francis, I guess. And if they make her too good, then you just play Francis along with Naraya. Dash BA. Dash BA X 2 or 3 to EBA. Dashing chains into a later part of Gabby's BA chain, speeding up her rotation greatly. Naraya is also character specific. The only thing is that she opens up the ability to use monsterlings that give buffs when on hit because of her shield. If her shield does anything. Alright, next up. Gabby is a slower fighter than any... She's probably the slowest character in the game, right? In the game, that who tries to gain gain spiritual power as quickly as possible to use her high power EBA. Compared to other fighters, she lacks an elemental basic attack. Did you all know that? Her basic attacks do physical damage. Por qué? Why? Like, her basic attack ratios are not bad, but she just gets cucked because it does physical damage. If these are, like, earth damage, her damage would be honestly quite good. But no, they just had to cuck her by just giving her fucking physical damage basic attacks. She lacks an elemental BA, causing her sustained DPS and overall DPS to fall behind other main DPS like Ophelia and even Ellie. Gabby's rotation is relatively simple. Yeah, her ult does convert her BA. But the ult doesn't last that long. It's only for like one rotation, and you need like 2 or 3 rotations to get to her ult. During ult, and also ulting turns off your ability to use EBAs really fast, because you have to wait for the totem to throw the spiritual power at you instead of doing like dash into BAs. Like, why? During Gabby's ult, she loses... Wait, what am I saying? This comes later. Generates 1 or 2 spiritual power, depending on if it spawns a rock or not. The rock is guaranteed on A2. You can dash to BA to speed up her spiritual power gaining. When spiritual power is full, hold the basic attack button to unleash a slow but high damaging EBA. Yeah. During Gabby's ult, she instead gains a continuous basic attack chain that doesn't grant any spiritual power, and instead is converted to earth damage and deals decent amounts of it. Spiritual power is instead gained through the summoned pillar throwing it at you. Gabby's Sig has powerful effects for her, but unfortunately, I think I spelled that wrong. Unfortunately, it provides... I should zoom in. My eyes are not good enough for this. It provides crit rate as a second stat. Crit rate is currently the easiest stat to cap, and because due to the existence of Amon, yeah. Overall, Gabby is at low investments is the second strongest Earth main DPS behind A6 Ellie. I should say A4 plus Ellie. And yeah, I think that's all I can really say about it. Francis and Daisy, I wouldn't say Daisy and Francis, because in that team, Daisy doesn't do anything. Francis already has the Earth Affliction covered. It would just be Yanhua. The off option would be, what's her face? Ellie. Ellie provides a 10% damage boost, and probably does more damage than the Gabby. Hey, y'all want to see what my Gabby does? I don't think I've uploaded a Gabby video, have I? Let's go do that. Here. This should be good, right? 61% crit rate. Yeah, that's fine. We'll use the support, the generic DPS setup. So my stats are looking like that prior to food buffs. I'm playing on PC. This feels kind of weird. Go here, go here. So I'm going to play Melody, which means I will not be performing dash attacks for the first like 15 seconds so that I can stack my Melody up. That's the optimal way to play Melody, basically. Is there anything I can change here? I'm too lazy to change. Fiend is good here. Alright. I know I can use Swamp Odong. I don't have a built Swamp Odong, and I'm lazy, okay? How do I play this game again on PC? Yeah, right. Alright. So the first rotation, I will just be performing these. In 20 seconds, I'm allowed to use dash VAs now. Boom! That didn't crit. Depression. Boom! That didn't crit. Depression. Now, look at this damage. Is this the hallmark of a high-tier DPS? Like, this is probably one of the weakest ults I have ever seen in my life. One. Ultimate. 3. Oh, what a good of boom! That didn't, it didn't crit. 3 3 cast 3. Fuck. Boom. Yeah, Gabby is not that strong. I mean, if she's. Do you want to see Ophelia? All right. Even if those crit, you can imagine that fight would still take around a minute, right? All right, let me show you what A0 F1 Ophelia looks like. You prepare to be impressed. And I'm saying Ophelia is not that strong of a character either. So like, this will put into like scale how strong the 4-star characters are. So I'll use the exact same gear. Actually, let's use the better fighter gear. Gabby didn't need the crit rate because of her Sig, but I think Ophelia might need some crit rate. Because I don't have this stuff. Same monsters. 1. Whoops. 2. 3. So these are the monsters that I'm using. Hello? Oh, I have to go back. There we go. These are generically powerful. Now, let's go check out what Ophelia does. Not in Rift. Get me out of here. Conquest Custos. Stat check. This is what my Ophelia looks like. I guess for fairness, I won't add a Moonshadow loop. I have a Moonshadow here that I could swap in, but I'll just leave it off. Alright, let's go. So, Ophelia, while off-field, continues to do good damage, as opposed to Gabby. The game feels kind of weird to play without sound. Boom, boom, bam. I'm going to speed through the rest of this rotation because I want to swap. And then it's over. Yeah, like, Ophelia is just strong. I think I can do this way fast. I think I misplayed a little bit, but who cares? Kustos was being annoying. Let's not. You know what? I'll do another one where I try to play a little bit better. Dear God. What Rift am I? I beat Rift 50. So I finished Rift. I shouldn't have dodged there. I had I used my skill, so I had hyper armor. Boom! Look at that ultimate. Oh my god. Kill him! Nice. See? Ophelia's strong as hell. Hate when he does the overhead slam attack when he opens up. Yeah, exactly. I fucking hate it. Yeah, there you go. That's Ophelia. That's pretty good, right? So that's why I'm rating Gabby as slightly below Ophelia. Though slightly might be a bit of an understatement. Um, teammates, Ellie is a good sub DPS option, though Ellie might just do more damage. Standard main DPS team. Yeah, 40 seconds at A0 is pretty good. You can't really get much better than that. And I wasn't even using Moonshadow loops. It could have been faster. A4 and A6, BA greater than... Does it... Does her shit even do anything? Like, her ult is just, like, 300% damage, isn't it? Yeah, what the fuck is this? This doesn't do anything either. This does do damage, but, like, you don't want to use it. So, like, next one, maybe Ellie. I already have an Ellie video on my YouTube. Go check it out. Is she... Duo Zinni in 36 seconds. Oh, oh, you mean on as a spreadsheet? Yeah, I'll do that. Basic attack skill ult equals support. Way bigger, I guess. Boss damage attack. She does not need CDR, so it will be boss, and then Earth into Element Weak. Earth greater than attack equals element weak. Mons should be... Let me think. Is your Yan A6? Yeah, my Yan is A6. Can we reduce Yan's support skill cooldown with Gold Trait Monster League? No. The gold trait line for cooldown reduction will only applies... So, one sec. So, the Swift's Hands perk only reduces the skill that is in this slot. This is the only thing that gets cooldown reduced. She has a lot of choices. I'm gonna put Golgak as this, and then as a sub, I will put Maple Odong. Maple Odong. Is that the good one? Hold on, I'm gonna go check. Normal Odong is the bad one. Swamp Odong is the good one. Alright, and then where's Maple? Maple Odong is the bigger earth, but worse effect. Okay, so it would be Swamp. I'll just put it into here. I'll use it in the future. Are you using food buffs? Yeah, I'm using food buffs. They are too strong. And it's unfair to, like, assess a character's power or present it on YouTube without them being at their full power, I suppose. Like, if... It just make every character I play seem underwhelming when in fact they're pretty powerful. So, like, this will be the link I get. Why did I get rid of my Golgak? What am I doing? Let me get my Golgak back. Golgak, and then that. Sub, we can have Golgak as the link sometimes. Can use Golgak. Wait. Where's Kustos? Please make a Monsterling guide. I will. It's just like so much work, man. I am making a guide. It will not be publicly available until I finish it. Where the fuck is my Kustos? How did I get this far without Kustos? All right, Kustos. Image incels Kustos. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go over to Earth and we're gonna say fuck the Odong. It's Kustos time. In fact, it's gonna look like this, and there are no substitutes. Actually, I can put Odong as a substitute for the dog. Perfect. It's a need. All right, here's your 2-second guide on how to make good monsterlings. All right. So what we do, right, is we go over here. We go to the combine button. Kustos or Gogak for Earth. They do stack. Just use them both. Golgak has the stronger link, so use Golgak as the link. And then we go over to combining, right? So the first thing you do, right, is say you want to make a monster with skill cooldown reduction. Do I have one? I do. So you put that there, and then you go here and say you want damage against boss enemies. Oh, I have them. All right. So now you go over here and you click these two and you put them together. Boom. You now have a two-liner, right? Now, the next thing you do is you take that two-liner and say, is there anything I want to make? I don't really want to waste it. Whatever. Golgak. Now, the next step is, say you want to put these on your Golgak, right? So you go here, you check these, and you Gamba the 50-50. And if Golgak gets these two stats, use a stone. And you now have a 2-stat gold Golgak. And you repeat this process for the other 2 stats, and you fuse the 2 gold Golgaks together, and you have a 4-stat Golgak. Alright, there's a guide. Let's go back to this. Is this done? Yeah, I think it's pretty good. I'll leave it as that for now. I'll say, Golgak has the stronger link for fighting on element. Is there no Duozini passive for... Duozini is a anomaly. There is no Duozini for any other element. Like, this thing is so fucking broken. You can use Avardin for Earth. Avardin's rank effect is very bad. Do I have an Avardin? Yeah. Avardin's rank is really bad, which makes it so you don't want to put it on your main DPS. The only thing you would be using Avardin for is the 10% Earth Res, which you can just put as your supports link. The difference with that is Duozini has a broken rank effect that you want on your main DPS, and a good link effect that you would want. So, like, that is just, like, why would you not use it on your main DPS, you know? Alright, let's go back to this. What was the next character that people wanted? Esther? Oh, Ellie. Alright, let's do Ellie. I have to make 2 things for Ellie. God damn it. Main on-field DPS or off-field sub-DPS? Uh, a. Let me check what her awakenings are. I already forgot these. Why does she have a Duo Zenny? Get that out of here. All her awakenings are good. Alright, I remember now. Sig, this is like a B tier Sig, honestly. Damage is an 8 out of 10, baby. Can be main or sub DPS. Support. She offers 10% Earth from A2. And her breaking is high. Overall score, she is an 8 out of 10 character. Very good character. Same power level as Cloud. I'm just gonna say A4. She's like a 6 out of 7 out of 10. And then at A6, she's an 8 out of 10. Uh, fuck. Please do a Varden Conquest. How much A6 characters do I have? I have all the characters A6, like all the 4 stars A6, except for Sarah, which is A3. I use my selector on Sarah. She was A2 before the selector. Do you pull always? It looks like you have so many A6 4-star characters. I'm a whale. I just pulled the limited banner and like got lucky enough to pull all these guys off rate. And I used a couple of the selectors I got for swiping to finish some of these characters off. Uh, it's not luck. It's just, well, it is luck because I didn't get that many daisies. I actually got my A6 Cloud on Esther's banner before I got my Daisy A6. uh, Banners. The G1 is A2. Um, Sangun is A1. Flare is A2. And Ophelia is A0. Did I miss one? Gabby's A1. Dude, the purple cubes instead of characters is so stupid. They need to change that. That is the worst part about this gacha. Uh, alright. How the hell do I... Let me think. Because her rotation is... Hold... Wait, it's EBA. No hold. To skill. To EBA. Hold. To EBA. To skill. To EBA. To switch. Yeah. What about Esther and Mina? I'm a whale. I pulled on both of the limited banners. I'm A6 F5 and A6 F5. When will Narai's banner release? Probably at the end of Mina's banner, I'd assume. Maybe at the end of the battle pass. Who knows? They haven't announced it officially. Merge these. The above rotation maximizes bounce per minute as on-field DPS. When played as support, simply swap off. What the fuck is this? It's a whale account. I just really like this game. I don't know what to say. Ellie is an extremely powerful main DPS, and the current, I want to say the current strongest off-fielder next to Yonhua. It's hard to say which one does more damage. I want to say Yanhua still does more damage. Um, as an on-field DPS at higher dupes, she can bounce dozens of times per rotation for massive damage. As a off-field DPS, Ellie will periodically throw out candies that float towards the on-fielder. After gathering 3 candies, she will bounce. Ellie's high main DPS output, along with her zero effort off-field output, makes her an extremely good character for Earth Week content. You'll read everything. Narai is going to be a support. I think that's pretty much confirmed. Playstyles. Let's go main DPS and the support. Because the two builds are different for this character. I think I'll put the support build first. Main DPS, off field, sub DPS. So when sub DPSing, let's put these two here. Any main DPS, first DPS. Ellie can sub DPS / break for any main DPS, though preferably an Earth main DPS during on Earth Week content. For her personal damage is her main draw factor compared to other supporters. Fill out the third slot with either of these two broken characters. Her best ascensions are A4 and A6. Actually, I guess I should add that A1 is also probably important. No, not for sub DPSing. Bounce more than the skill, more than the ult, more than the support. As a support, she wants those look right. She does not need any hold on, that's not right. Let me change that. This should be support. Support would be greater than... yeah, something like that. Should I spin Mina? If you really like Mina, do it. I think Mina's banner is possibly the best, like, banner lineup possible, because Cloud and Francis are both, like, high-tier characters, and Mina herself can kind of be played in a sub-DPS role / support in the future. So, like, Mina has that extra level of, like, future-proofing because of her supportive abilities, and the 4 stars are really strong. So she's a... if you want to spin on some banner, her banner is just one of the better ones to go for, in my opinion. As a supporter, she can Golgak, she can Kustos, and she can Odong. What else can she do? have Daisy. What do you what do I think about her? I don't think she's a good character. I have her in the brick tier along with Sangun. She in it. This is a game where all the content is gated behind clocks. Like you have to beat a timer to. You have to basically DPS check everything, and Daisy does not offer the supportive abilities that that everyone else does. And she only offers like survivability with like decent healing and a revive. But if your main DPS died and you need to use Daisy to revive her, you're already not doing a lot of damage. CDR on Ophelia, before you need to refresh your skill with CDR, but you can literally skill the extra to get your skill back. You can literally skip the extra basic attack 1 and 2 to get your... Okay, that makes sense. Do you try the characters first before making a critique? Yes, I have played every single character I'm talking about right now. Uh, Here, let me prove it, I guess. These three, I have not played A6 Sarah, but I have discussed her extensively with someone who has played A6 Sarah. I have played Penny, and I have seen her maximum output, but not here. And I played Bonnie in an alt account that I gave away. So I technically do not have the best idea of how much damage Bonnie does, but I know what she does with her kit as a supporter. I just don't know how much damage she does. But every other character is level 60 with if like leveled skills, and most of them have their SIGs upgraded. For example, like let's go to like Cloud. Liho, here's his SIG. Verna's SIG is right here. Cloud has the battle pass, but I also have his SIG at level 60. Angel, I have her SIG. Benjamin, I have his SIG. Reyna, I have her SIG. Daisy, I have her SIG, but Melody's just better. So Ellie, I have her SIG. Like, I have played every character. I promise. I know what I'm talking about, okay? Alright, let's go back to Ellie. Any Earth main enjoyers? Are the Odongs the only usable, like, Earth things outside of Kustos? Just making sure. Because I think these are, like, pretty much set in stone. There's not really any other alternative to these three guys, right? I guess I can put Amon. Let's grab him. He most likely can sub the Odong. As a main DPS, just want these two guys. There is no other options. Preferably A6, but A4 is usable. These are the same, except this time we want CDR instead of the last thing. Let's get rid of go here. Out of the way, Bongo Cat, or attack. There we go. In this case, CDR is more important than boss damage and all that fun jazz. Golgak is probably still the best link. Scar here is probably correct. This is a decent sub. Yeah, I like this. It's my first time to know that even 4-star characters have a SIG weapon. The 4-star SIGs are really bad, let's face it. These aren't great effects. Alright, Ellie is done. Who's next? We're kind of blazing through this. I might be able to get this done tonight. Got Mina A1. Congratulations. That is a good dupe. Sang. Bruh. This is not complete yet. I'll just leave it as is. Can I just paste it here? Nice. Perfect. What the fuck? What in the nine hells? Hold on. Wind. I think I control Z'd something in here. Oh yeah, I control Z that. Control redo. Wind. Go here. I should paste these boxes with it. There we go. All right, let's just get Sangoon out of the way. Get the bricks out of the way. Tier list. Get this man's picture. Sangoon. Main DPS. Potential relevance. I think his A1 slash A4 slash A6. His... Let's have a discussion here. Does Sangoon have the worst SIG in the game? Can I recall, what the stats do? Like boss damage, suppression, brawl? Okay. We can go through a little bit of the stats right now in the middle of this tier list as I think about what the fuck do you even talk about for Sangoon. I'm putting this guy's SIG at fucking C tier, man. Alright. So if you go into here, you can click on each of these like little eyes and it will tell you what the stats do. Brawl damage only works on fighters. According to testing done by the community, if you're not a fighter, brawl damage does nothing for you. And what it does is effectively you get this value right here based on enemies next to you and multiply it by 1 plus the brawl percent boost. So say you have max brawl and you have one enemy and one ally next to you, then you will do like 1.5 plus 3 will be 4.5 times 1.5, which is like 6% more damage. If that does that make sense? It's a really bad stat that you don't build towards on your mons. You just get it from your fighter boots and call it a day. Neutralization is a multiplier applied to how much damage you deal to staggered bosses, and it applies exactly how you think it would. If you have 75% neutralization, you do 75% more damage to bosses. Now, there are many intricacies with staggers that tend to cause you to do less damage despite this boost, because staggers are poorly designed in this game, but that is a totally other discussion that I don't want to get into, and I've done it like multiple times on Discord. That's suppression. What the fuck did I say? That's suppression. Neutralization is how much stagger damage you deal to the boss, and that is also related to the stagger thing. Sorry, I freaking confused everybody in chat. Support damage is support damage boosts the damage of off-field attacks. So if your character continues to do basic attacks while you swap off of them, like a fighter, that benefits from support damage. If your character uses a support skill or a tag-in skill, like Yanhua's support skill, this stat increases that. And when all three of your characters on field basic attacking a boss during their stagger, that also benefits from support damage. In my opinion, this stat is not that good on just about every character, and you just take what you can get from the supporter's boots and call it a day. Damage against normal enemies and damage against bosses is obvious. It makes you do more damage against normal enemies and bosses. Does Golgak stack? Stacking is being looked at in the Discord. Generally, if two different monsters apply status effects of two different values, they stack. Meaning, if you have a yellow Golgak and a purple Golgak in your party, they will stack. Defense and HP is obvious. Ultimate charge is obvious. Skill cooldown reduction reduces the skill in this slot. It does not reduce the cooldown of your switch skills. What else is there? Character switch skill reduction is a stat that is always 0. They don't let us build it. Fighter, Destroyer, Assassin, Support are numbers that influence these class stats up here. Support fighters get more brawl, destroyers get neutralization, assassins get suppression, support gets support. Yes, you can go with 3 Gogak. Oftentimes, that is probably optimal. But obviously the problem is getting 3 Golgak. Element weakness damage boost is how much more damage you deal against enemies that is weak to your element. It's fairly obvious, and that's it. I think that's all the stats. Alright, let's go back to doing Sangun. Fucking hell. How much damage does he do? 5? Is that too much for him? Because I think I want to put Liho at 6. Yeah, he's 5. Fuel time, he's main DPS fighter. Support, no support. Breaking is low. Can I don't want to do Sangun. I'm gonna leave him empty. I'll just say this guy is a brick. Don't build him. He does very little damage. When his passive is active, he does good damage. His passive is never active. That's it. I don't want to fill this out. This is a waste of time. Let's just move on to another character. Can we move on? Someone name another character for me to go to. Is Gabby good in damage? There's 2 bricks. I tiered Daisy and Sangun as bricks. Daisy does not contribute any damage to the party. She only heals and revives. And Sangun is just the weakest DPS on the planet. Gabby's damage is fine. She is weaker than Ophelia and weaker than Ellie, but like she's a functioning main DPS, unlike Sangun. Alright, who else do we go to? Come on, chat, name one. We gotta keep going. I wonder if I've been pinged on Discord. I have. Oh, it's on something else. Never mind. Is it true that sub DPS Angel can proc Amon and Gogak and 2 Amons can stack? It is true that 2 Amons can stack. If they are of different rarities, proc by different characters, they will stack. Angel can proc Amon very easily. Her support skill does a lot of hits that I don't know the actual hit count of. We can go show it off real quick to take a look at it. Where's Angel? But I know that her skill instantly procs Amon. So here's her support skill. Boop. Boop. Yeah, that I think that's way more than 10 hits. And when she comes in and does that procs your Golgak, and she does it very often. She is a pretty good holder of Golgak. Not as high uptime as Yanhua, but good enough. Without swapping ever? Yeah, she does it. She's not as good as Yan at doing it, but it's good. I'll do Reyna. That was the first thing asked. And I like the Lightning Squad a lot, so I personally like these characters. Copy this, paste it here. If an enemy's element resist is 0, then can we still get benefits from element affliction or yes, we can. I personally tested that on like the 3rd day of the game coming out. Element resist still increases your damage. The number can go into the negatives. Reyna. I lost my border. What the heck? Reyna is a on-field main DPS slash short field time off sub DPS. Her awakenings are kind of mid, if I remember correctly. Let me go check. Here. This is good. This is good. Big damage. Reyna's max HP. This A4 is useless. A6 is alright. Alright. Copy that. Awakening relevance. It's kind of like, I'll just call it B tier. Sig dupe relevance. What the fuck does her Sig do again? Yeah, I'll just keep it at B. It's a freaking 4-star Sig. Her damage is, it's low. 7. Field time, variable. Supporting ability. She has high break, one of the highest breaks in the game. Her supporting is 10% lightning on A6, and I believe that is it. Let's go take a look. Yeah, Celestial Energy grants... Oh, it's 15. Alright, let me bump that up. 15% lightning. Her breaking is high. I will just rate her at A6, just like all the other characters, and she is a... Her damage is not 7. She is weaker than Gabby. I'm putting her at 6. I do rate her decently highly because of her 15, her like A6 support. I think she gets a 7. Merge these. Skill to BA to EBA to repeat or swap. Requires A1 to do the special BA dash after skill to generate 4 energy pips. Simple, that's it. Do as many cycles as desired. You can quick swap out of her EBA, and she will still complete the attack. Reyna, is a decent lightning main DPS slash sub DPS slash breaker slash support who unfortunately falls behind other lightning characters in nearly all categories. She provides less damage and support than Yonhua, less damage than Benjamin and Penny, and not that much more breaking power compared to the rest. Her main draw is her relatively short field time when played as a sub DPS, where you can activate her EBA, then quickly swap off to the next character. overall a an alright character that is just outclassed by her peers. You play on phone and sometimes PC. Yeah, I kind of just play on whatever the heck we want. Like usually like I on my computer I'm playing something else. Like I have like maybe Terraria open or Elden Ring or whatever. Like I just play other games on my computer and I play Mongil Stardive on my phone. Because of my history with Black Beacon, I am actually more comfortable playing on my phone. So I just tend to play on there more. How many characters have we done? Honestly, quite a lot. Uh, let's take a look. I've done this, this, almost this. So about half the cast. Is Amon worth on Mina or better on Yanhua and attack 10 times for Amon? Uh, so Mina has better options. She can use better damage boosters, but if you don't have like a well-built Golgak, because Golgaks are impossible to get, you can just use Amon on her. Like, Amon is better on supports, admittedly, and you only really need one Amon to hit crit cap. Who are we missing? A lot. But let me finish Reyna. Teammates, let's just put Yanhua again. Any main DPS or support. Main slash sub DPS. Actually, I should split it. I'll do main DPS first. For main DPS, let's go here and grab Francis. Where the fuck is Francis? There she is. Main DPS core. A2 for rotation, A6 for more damage. Yanhua is broken. She is too strong. It's kind of surprised that I mentioned earlier in the stream, I have tried them all. Flare is just so much worse than Yanhua overall. Like, Yanhua is too good. BA, then skill, then ult, then support. Is A0 Esther good enough to clear Rift 30? No. Here, let me bring up the tier list again. Alright. Roughly speaking, every character in the B tier will be able to clear, if they're a main DPS, they will be able to clear Rift 26 pretty easily. Maybe with the help of some of the like higher tier characters. Like, I don't know if Verna is able to clear Rift 26 without these two nerds. But like, they might have some trouble clearing up to Rift 26. And Rift 26 is where you get the reward, like maximum rewards for Rift without having pulled the banner character. So like B tier characters are pretty much strong enough to get the rewards that you want for those rifts. A tier characters can clear Rift 26 more effortlessly. Where like characters like Mina A1, Esther A1 should be able to blaze through their Rift 26. But more likely than not, they will get walled off at Rift 27, where 27 is like a doubling of the boss's HP or something. So everyone in A rank will get walled at 20. I once say a Liho main cleared Rift 30, no joke. I do want to see the person who played Liho as a main DPS and cleared Rift 30. If there is a Mina in that party, that does not count, because Mina can solo Rift 50. Every character in A tier should be able to clear Rift 26 effortlessly, maybe even without the use of Yanghua or Francis. Um, these characters might be able to push to up to Rift 29. Currently, I am trying to optimize my gameplay with Verna and Angel, and I am very close to being able to beat Rift 29. Like, I need maybe 20% more damage, which is like upgrading my skill, because my Verna's skill is like 13, and I can bring that to 16. So theoretically speaking, if you play characters in the A tier, you should be able to clear maybe even 29. There is a Mina in the part. Exactly! If you replace that Liho with a freaking Angel, they would clear it even faster. Liho is not doing anything there. He's not the main DPS and he's barely supporting. He's fucking C tier. Angel is right there. Characters in the A tier, I mean A plus tier, will effortlessly clear up to Rift 29 during their own element Rift. I am 100% sure that my Ben will walk through Rift 29 like it's paper. Expect that video to come out when Rift 29, when the Lightning Rift comes around. I will clear Rift 29 with Ben, and it will be fast. And then characters in the S tier are just characters you use in every single team. So basically, B tier 26, A tier potentially 29, and A plus tier easily 29. That's kind of like how my tier list is divided right now. So there's no. I personally don't think that Esther will be able to be 27 to 29. I take it back. The tier list is accurate. Alright, let's go back to what we were doing. What the hell were we doing? Oh yeah, this. Main DPS, and then go here. Sub DPS. Lightning main DPS. Reyna only offers a 15% lightning boost. She offers little value outside of that. So should I build Ellie with supports? Wait, hold on. Where can I get the... This spreadsheet will be publicly available on the Discord and probably my YouTube channel when I finish it. When would that be? Next is ice and probably wind again. Lightning is nowhere to... Yeah, I know. Lightning and earth is just shafted elements, I guess. Nobody's ever gonna get to see them. But when lightning comes, Benjamin will pop off. Should build Ellie with supports. I don't think you should build Ellie right now. There is no earth element content anywhere in sight. She doesn't really hold any value right now. Just kind of like shove her to the side for now. What the hell was I doing? Yeah. Just in the main DPS role, I once again would like CDR, so it'll be CDR slash boss damage slash remove the support line, lightning damage, attack, or element weak. We'll go CDR greater than boss, greater than lightning, greater than attack equals element weak. Lightning, if I remember correctly, has some fucking dog shit for Mons. I believe the muggers are like the only lightning relevant stuff, right? Target lightning res when attacking. That's honestly not bad. Lightning damage. That's honestly not bad. This effect is stronger. I think the rift favoring wind element of Nagi is debuted as a main DPS, but I don't know. Yeah, hopefully we don't go back to Wind Rift. Actually, please go back to Wind Rift. I hate playing Mina. I want to play Esther again. Esther is so much more fun. Um, let's see. What do I want to do here? We'll go like merge these cells. I want. Which mugger is this? Spoon? Okay. Where is it? Image incels. I hope everyone's having a good night or morning or whatever time of day it is. I don't know if tuning into a guide creation stream is the most interesting thing, but I hope I'm putting decent content out for you guys. So it'll be like Golgak main, Spoonmugger side, plus Gar? Yeah, that sounds right. So it'll be like this, and then where's Scar at? You. There we go. Uh, there's no viable subs. I'll just leave these as that. Uh, no notes? It's really good. No problem. Don't understand something about the game. There are monsters with traits about water damage. Are they hinting there'll be water element? Alright. So monsters actually already do those elements for damage. For example, let's go to Link here, and let's see. Scar. Scar does dark damage. Amon does dark damage. If I remember correctly, King Slime does water damage. They're a damage type. For some reason. They're technically already in the game. What do they do? I don't know. Sub DPS. She will want to hold one of these. Sub Golgak Link. There's nothing here. She does proc Amon relatively well, but I would probably want Mugger on her. So like we go something like this, and then remove that, and then kill those cells. Yep, that looks good. Like Genshin with Dendro. I don't know if we need any more elements in this, man. Having to build an element like main DPS for like an on element main DPS for every single thing is it's a lot of work, and I don't want to build any more characters. As a sub DPS, we no longer need CDR, so this looks good. All right, we're good. Reyna's done. That was pretty fast, right? Who's next? Here's the list of characters. While we're deciding that, I have a question for chat. Who is the best dog in Mongil Stardive? Who is the goodest boy? Would it be Scar, or is it Frostbite, or is it Behemoth Wolf? Which of those three doggos is the best boy? Gar. Alright, I'll choose the next character to go to. Hold on, I need to finish Cloud. I realize I never finished him. Um, Scar. Wow, all of you like Scar. I agree. I would also say Scar is the best boy, but Frostbite is pretty cute, okay? Like, look at this big white puppy. I think he deserves some head pats too. Subs. There's not really good subs. Golgak is there, Scar is there. Yep, that's good. Which ones aren't done? I haven't done Francis. I haven't done Ben. I haven't done Esther. Uh, no Angel. No Penny. No Flair. No Bonnie. No Sarah. No Verna. Uh, no Liho. And no Daisy. Francis? Alright, let's go to Francis. This is a strong character. Go here. This is the first support in a while. Francis. And I have a lot to talk about for her. Overview. Support. Just support. Awakening relevance, fucking S++, Giga S tier. Sig relevance is kinda B tier, because Melody exists. Damage? Chat, has anybody tried main DPS Francis? Be honest. I feel like I have to, right? Like, for some, but then I have to fucking remember which gear. I'm not doing it. I'm just gonna say her damage doesn't exist. 2 out of 10, baby. Fuel time, around 1 second-ish. Who names a girl Francis? I don't know. She's a weirdo. 17 to 35% attack. Massive healing. And 30% weakness on A6. Negligible. Overall, A4? A4 is a fucking 9 out of 10. A6 is a freaking 10 out of 10. She's the second best character in the game. Skill. To swap out. The skill can be queued up and will still activate as long as it was queued. Francis is the premier buffing unit of Mongil Stardive. She offers a tremendous 17 to 35% attack boost to the next character that you switch 2. During during staggers, she automatically casts this attack buff on the currently controlled character. This buff disappears if you swap off of the controlled. Actually, I actually don't know. Hold on. It's science time, boys. How do I test this? I know. Go to Conquest, Amon. I do that. Yeah, alright, I got it. Look at Amon. He's so cool. Alright, I got the buff. It stays. Alright. This buff remains if you swap off early. What else is there? Actually, I should mention this. Francis' healing is so powerful that with around the 6k attack and a slightly leveled support skill, she will out heal just about any damage you can take. If an attack does not one-shot you, you can ignore it because Francis will heal you to full in no time at all. Furthermore, she offers at A6, if you use Francis's ult, then queue up a skill. She will apply a 30% weakness damage boost debuff on the enemy. This will bring most main DPS to the element weak crit cap alongside Fiend and El Dorado. So use this effect when those are not available. Is there anything else to say? Francis is a Earth unit, enabling the use of Hustos alongside Golgak, giving her more supportive abilities. She unfortunately is not a good holder of Amon. What did I say for... Where's Yon? Literally anyone. Alright. Literally anyone. Merge these cells. Delete these. Francis is the ultimate generic unit alongside Yonqua. Oh yeah, I need to mention this. Francis Sig is a decent Sig that offers a small amount of crit damage. Unfortunately, crit damage is often capped on main DPS, and Melody is just too broken to not have on a team. Because of how strong Francis's heals are. She is one of the best holders of Melody, allowing you to face tank attacks while not using stamina to gain Melody stacks. Recommended Awakening, A4, A6. Support, greater than, double greater than ult, greater than skill, greater than BA. You can also, Francis can go to your house, like 3 of you bark for her. I personally don't like Francis. I hate her design. I hate that she's like permanently horny. She's a weird character. I don't like her outfit. What the fuck? Literally anything. Attack, I guess? Someone who agrees. Alright, where is Yonqua's stuff? I'll just copy those. Where's Kustos? There he is. Do y'all like that I can just use these mons on just about every character? Because we don't need... Because these are the only relevant mons in the game? Isn't Eldorado Element Weaken her A6 a debuff? Yes, but I mentioned that... I mentioned in her sheet that, if you do it, this will bring the weakness... will bring your main DPS to the weakness cap if you have both Fiend and Eldorado active. So use her ult when you don't have Eldorado active. The Eldorado only lasts for 5 seconds after your break. Now imagine if that effect is extended by an extra 10 seconds by your Francis ult. That is just maximum value right there. Not there. If you have A6, pop your ult, when Eldorado isn't active. Can you join this Discord? This Discord is the public Mongil Stardive, like, official Discord. We do a lot of... my personal stuff is in tips and strategies buried in here somewhere. This is like my personal general chat 3. Is this everything? I think Francis is done as well. That's it, right? Is there anything else I want? How does the debuff on her ace expect a stat sheet cap? Shouldn't it be a different category? Here, I can go do this for you. So, how do I get her ult real fast? I guess I can just punch Kustos. Okay, I got Fiend. So the way that Francis ult works, let's get it real quick. Wait a couple seconds and I'll press my E along with the ult. Alright, here we go. And then wait for Fiend as well. Alright. So, the way that this ult works, along with effects like Fiend and Eldorado, is it applies a debuff that says this. And the way that the game calculates this damage is it basically adds this number to your weakness damage boost. It is very weird, and a member of the community, JJ, tested this and confirmed that that's how it works. So if you have 170% weakness damage, getting an extra 30 will put you to cap. And then like this fiend right here will not do anything. So what you want to do is you have these three extremely powerful element weak effects, right? What you do is you try to stagger them out. Like you don't pop your Francis ult if you have El Dorado active, for example. And then once your El Dorado wears off, the next time you swap to your Francis, you use your Francis ult. I tend to run El Dorado on my Francis. Because it's just like more convenient controlling like Eldorado's using Francis. And her ult is basically just an Eldorado that you can use outside a stagger. That's a good way of putting it. Her ult is an Eldorado that you can summon outside a stagger to continue the Eldorado effect. Alright, that's Francis. Who's next? Give me one moment. I am going to check my email because I might have something to do at work today. Nope, we're good. Alright. Where did the chat go? Come on, come back. Who's next? We still have this guy. We have Esther. We have Angel. We have Penny, Flair, Bonnie, Sarah, Verna, Liho. And Daisy, I guess, but I'm not gonna type anything relevant for Daisy. Nagi. Fire pals for the current rift. Alright, we're gonna go do Angel then. Angel. Main on-field DPS slash off-field DPS slash mob annihilator. Awakening relevance is her awakenings aren't actually that good. I'm gonna put it at B. Her sig is fucking mid as hell. Let's give it a B as well. Her damage, good lord, is her damage good. Field time, variable, can main or sub DPS. Her support is in the form of support, fire, affliction slash mon procs. Breaking is very low, I guess. It's not negligible. I see her ult do things. Nagi. What am I supposed to do about Nagi? Be like, Nagi's a wind destroyer. She hits hard. A2, I would put her at 7, and then at 8-6, I would put her at an 8. Skill to swap out versus dash BAs plus skill off CD. Swap out. This is her sub DPS rotation. She just clicks her skill and leaves instantly. What does Fiend Link Chain do? Good question. So Fiend is a part of a trio of mons, the boss mutations that deal a very similar effect. Let's go to Amon's Shadow. Says 15% element weak damage boost. His effect lasts around 7 seconds. Golgak has 5% lightning and 15% weakness damage boost. His effect lasts around 6.5 seconds. Fiend spawns a totem that grants super armor plus a 15% element damage debuff to enemies. And this element debuff lasts around 13 seconds because every time Fiend's totem hits an enemy, it refreshes the duration. So let me recap here, okay? We have Golgak, whose debuff lasts 6.5 seconds. Amon's Shadow, which lasts around 7 seconds. And the Fiend, who lasts 13 seconds. What are we doing here? And what it looks like in practice is... Let's go show it off real quick. My Yon, I believe, has my Fiend. Alright, we'll do that. So what happens is Fiend comes out, it starts this debuff, and it just like he keeps it up. It's still on. It's still on. It's still on. And now it's gone. It's just a really fucking long like debuff for that 15% element damage boost. And there's nothing in the links that can compare to this guy, except Eldorado, who is a bigger number. I hope that made sense. Field time variable, support fire, yeah, that's right, I already did those. As a main DPS, after she swaps in, as a A6 main DPS, after she swaps in, she gains a few seconds of Magnum rounds, which doubles her BA damage. Dash BA maximizes her BA damage output during this time. Only says 10-second which, yeah, exactly. A lot of the mons actually have a much longer duration debuff than what is stated, because every time the mon hits them, it refreshes the debuff. For example, a lot of you are probably familiar with the Nokjung mon, who says 10% weak damage weakness for 5 seconds. If I remember correctly, Nokjung actually lasts around 9 seconds. And I can show that off right here. So watch as Nokjung comes on at like 457, and the deer continues to hit him, and it's still active. Yeah, it lasted until like 448. So Nokjung itself lasts like 9 seconds. Yeah, a lot of mons have extremely different durations for their debuffs, and you should try them all out to see which one just happens to last a lot longer than you expect. What was I doing? That is not a Mina. That is an Angel. Angel does one thing extremely well, and annihilating mob waves. At A2, her skill gains the damage bonus of her passive, increasing damage by 40%.
This damage boost makes her skill so powerful that she can one-shot any mob up until Rift 29. Not 20, 49 with her skill alone. Even without her skill, her dash to BA still does massive damage and can also one-shot most mobs. In Rift, Angel can save simply running Angel can save upwards of a minute in clear times in mob minutes from mob clearing alone. Flare does nothing for my Liho. Yeah, I think you should build your Angel, and then your Angel's gonna out DPS your Liho. Simply running Angel can save upwards of yep. In boss fights, Angel has a very fast sub DPS rotation where she simply uses her skill, then swaps off, dealing high bursts of damage. She also has a support skill that does very significant damage and triggers Mon rank effects and applies Fire Affliction. Overall, an extremely powerful. Wait, hold on. Even in off elements, even as an off element, extremely powerful sub DPS that can fully function as a main DPS at a 6. How long have we been at this? Holy. Teammates. Where's Mina? I'll put these guys down here, and then... Where's Mina? There she is. Where's Verna? Fire. Works best with a fire main DPS, where Angel can pass Duozini rank, Duozini rank and Fire Affliction boosts to enhance the main DPS. This is sub DPS. I'll make another one for main. Hack on one of these two broken characters to finish the team. A2. And then A4 is kind of... What the fuck does her A4 even do? I don't think it ever does anything. Isn't it the one that passes the buff? Oh, never mind. That's good. And then A6 is whatever. A4 and A6. Yeah, there we go. That's good. Skill much greater than BA equals ult. Greater than ult, greater than BA. No, what am I doing? skill equals support greater than ult, greater than BA. A4 for better Amon uptime? Yeah. Well, isn't her cooldown like pretty short already? It's like 12 seconds or something, right? Wanted. Yeah, it's 12 seconds. It's not that bad. It's like marginally better uptime, yeah. We don't need CDR. We like fire. We like attack. Yeah, sure, I'll just do that. We don't need CDR, and we don't need suppression. Sub DPS, we want Duo Zinni. Use a different rarity Duo Zinni to stack rank effect. Can sub Amon. Gogak is always there, and then Link should be one of those guys. I'll take it from here. Crit if you want Gogak. No. So, let me do a quick, like, napkin math for you, okay? Paint. So, every character has 5% base crit. So, this is base. Plus, what is it? 7.5% from food. Plus around 45% from gear. So every single yellow piece of gear provides somewhere in the realm of like 11 point something. If you min roll, you can have like 11.4 or something, but like typically they're in the realm of the 11s. So you'll usually end up with 45% from your gear. And then say you have 11% from 5-star Amon. Every team, I think, should have an Amon. Like, you're running Yanhua or something, you're gonna have an Amon. And that comes out to 12 plus 45 plus 11 equals 68. So every character, just from this alone, has 68% crit rate, which is 7% crit rate off from the cap. So you don't need crit. You don't ever need to build crit factor, not crit factor, crit rate on any of your mons, because these four things together gets you to the crit cap. What was I doing? Oh yeah. I think this should be correct. When does attack become better than element damage? I main Sangun and he has too many wind damage sources when attack. The problem with attack is that you also have a lot of attack boosts. So for example, you have 11% attack from here, right? And then usually, well, Francis is the second best character in the game, right? Francis will give you a 35%. So you have like a 40 something percent attack boost already. So attack is also being diluted, and element is also being diluted. So like they end up being actually kind of similar, but I tend to just build attack because I don't build targeted mons really. I only play like generic stuff. All right, let me get back to it. Main DPS. Main DPS. Let's just grab these two, put them here, get these out of here. Main DPS core. A6. This time we want skill greater than BA, greater than ult, greater than support. You know, hold on. Let me rewind that. You know what attack does really well? It makes your profile look good, right? Like, imagine, let me do it real quick. We're gonna go ahead and go here, here, here. We're gonna put that on, and then we're gonna put this on, and then we're gonna grab this, and then we're gonna grab assassin. So like, and then we're gonna go ahead and unequip this and put on equip, equip, boom, right? And then you go, oh my god, check out my gigantic attack power Esther. Holy, that's what the attack trait is good for. Can we use Chain Eldorado and Avardan Mana at the same time? No, they do not stack. CDR yeah, that's correct. Does Francis only need one copy of Melody played on Heartstrings artifact? Um, yeah, but more melodies is better. Like, uh, one melody gives you 50%, five melodies give you 100%. But if I wanted to give you like a better thing, so the first melody dupe gives you a really big damage boost. So like F2 is big. And then F3 and F4 are small increments. And then F5 gives you a gigantic increment. The way that like the melody number scale is really weird. So if you want, you can go for like a second melody to just make that number a little bit bigger. But I would not go through 3 or 4 if you're not going all the way. Uh, yep, that's right. Teal Tor is not good for fire team. Also, how do you check when Melody is active? You don't. I have a... Oh, thanks for bringing that up, by the way. I should put Teal Tor here. Teal Tor is Teal Tor better than Cinder? I think they're very similar durations. Uh, let me... I'll just put Teal Tor. I think Teal Tor lasts longer. He, like, slams 3 times or something. Um, I'll put Teal Tor as a sub here. When fighting off element, use Teal Tor. Oh, Teal Tor has an easier, like, trigger condition. And then as a main DPS, I would not use Teal Tor. Duo Zinni is just way better. Use Teal Tor Link. No. I'm going to add Cinder here as well. Cinder. Because she can use both of these decently well. Look at that doggo. Is Cinder a good dog? Teal Tor is not bad if you use Flare. Alright, let me show you something. Alright. This might be a little bit sad. So, first off, Teal Tor is an 11% boost against staggered boss enemies, right? And we're comparing that to, say, Scar. All right. Let me bring your attention to a quick little video. We're gonna watch this video a little bit, and this is going to show why Teotar is not that good. Find it eventually. Alright, so here's a sample rotation of Mina, which is the strongest user of Teotar, if it's good, against a Rift mini-boss, alright? So against a Rift boss, you have to do a lot more to get a stagger. So like Teotar is active less. So now let's watch this real quick. I got punched. So if you notice there, I have just done almost half of this guy's HP without triggering a stagger. Teotar during this entire phase would have done nothing. Now, let's go into the stagger. Now, Mina's ult is about to wear off, so I do one set of EBAs. So Teotar would have benefited from that much damage, would have gotten the Teotar boost, okay? And then I go through my swaps, I activate Eldorado and Fiend over there. Now I press my ult again. Boom, that's the end of the stagger. So this much damage would have benefited from Teotar's boost, okay? And then the rest of the fight ends without me triggering another stagger. So, what we're seeing here is if you use Teotar, you're getting an 11% damage boost on this tiny chunk of damage here, where none of this damage is gonna get boosted by Teotar. Does that make sense? And this effect is even more dramatic against like the end Rift boss, because you don't stagger those guys in 3 EBAs, you stagger them in like 7. So like none of your damage is getting boosted by Teotar's rank. Teotar is not good even on Mina. But his link effect is good. Uh where was I? What the fuck was I? It's right here. Use Teotar or Cinderlink. I'm gonna put no. I'm gonna put damage to normal monsters, because I have considered getting it on this character. All right, that is Angel. Who's next? Over 10,000? Oh, you haven't seen the start of it, buddy. We, in the Rift 50 landscape, we're doing like 3 million damage a freaking hit every EBA. Alright, who's next? We have Benjamin, Esther, we don't know, Penny, Blair, Bonnie, Sarah, Verna, Liho, and Daisy. We're almost done. Ben? Alright, let's go Ben. I like Ben. Wait, hold up. The hell? Why did it not paste correctly? Hold on, let me try that again. We're gonna go like this. Paste. Oh man. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and go here. Let's add like 100 more rows. Perfect. What the fuck? What is this? Oh, I see. Alright, what? I like condensed it or something. There we go. I didn't know you could do that. I already swapped my Teotard to Dual City. It's not bad, especially for people who mistakenly picked Flare. Alright, hold on. I have to address this. I've addressed this in Discord multiple times. Alright? Flare is not good at breaking. I don't know how else to say it. Alright, let me get my girl Flare in here, okay? So, what you're about to witness, alright? We got let me find my destroyer shoes. Cloud has it. Boom. We have 43% neutralization boost, alright? Let's pump that up farther. 5 neutralization. Let's get all of these bad boys on. Alright, we got a Flare with 66% neutralization boost. Her Sig will give her an extra 30. That puts her well over the crit cap, okay? Now, let us see what maximum neutralization Flare looks like, alright? This is her peak performance. We'll even go do it in Hanul. Though it doesn't actually matter, I'm pretty sure. Alright, we're gonna go in. Boom! Skill. The entirety of her rotation, followed by a switch out. Boom. Is that... That's not exactly impressive, is it? Now, let's see, like, maybe like it's just that, you know, this boss has really high thingies, you know. Let's go over. We're gonna go use Mina. Her EBA combo did more without being an ult. Let's go into ult and see. Look how much, like... Alright, we're gonna go ult, and then we're gonna cast one set of EBAs and see how much stagger damage that does. Boom, boom, boom. That is like 3 times as much as Flare. Flare is so bad at every part of what she does, except her ult. Her ult is the best ult in the game, and you cannot change my mind. What if happens if you put Golden Fist Dude on Mina? What does Golden Fist Dude even do? Hold up. Oh, this? Don't bother. Neutralization is a joke. This is your fault during the start of Mongil. I want to ask myself that too, because guess who also pulled... I rerolled 20 accounts for flares. I got this and this from performing rerolling. I also fell for the flare train. This is a 5 right here, guys. I did not like dip into the flare and be like, no, she's bad. No, I went all the way in, the full investment, and then concluded that she was bad. Was it? Oh, let's go back to Benjamin. Benjamin. This, how do I, the third best character in the game. On-field main DPS, sub DPS. Awakening Relevance, fucking S++ tier, dear god. And his weapon dupes are really good. They got us good. She's comfy. I actually like Flare, like, as a character. Her design is cute. She's pretty cute in the story. I like her. It's just, her gameplay is buns. When I swapped out Flare for Yeon, my Leo's damage skyrocketed. This man deserves the almighty 9 out of 10 fucking galaxy damage, variable thing, support, 10 seconds of lightning affliction? His breaking is kind of mid, not very good, not bad. Mash skill to swap out. Hold on. Not mash skill. Skill to BA cancel, BA slash dodge dash cancel to repeat or swap out. Please don't tell me you spent money on her weapon. I didn't spend money on her weapon. I did a lot of rerolling to get like 3 copies of her weapon, and I just dumped like a little bit, some pulls like from the story into it. I did dump a little bit of money to get my maxed melody though, because I couldn't wait anymore. I needed that melody. What is happening? Why are these down here? Center these for me, please. Thank you. I guess I can center this as well. With CDR, this man's skill has no cooldown. A2. Just keep mashing it, and you win. BA or dash cancel the recovery, then to cast skills faster. Having an awakening whenever I press Ben's ultimate. You know, content creators, when they make a tier list, you gotta ask yourself, how many of these characters have they actually played? Because, like, 90% of the time, they've played, like, the banner characters, maybe they've played, like, the healer, and then maybe they played, like, 1 or 2 of the 5 stars. And then they look at the 4 stars, and don't even try them out, and just throw them into C tier. And that's probably how they make their content. Flare Artifact 8-4. I don't feel so good. Guys, I don't feel so good. Yeah, there's a reason why I haven't made, like, this guide yet. Like, I could have made this guide way earlier, but I feel like I didn't play all the characters enough to make me, make me skilled enough to make this tier list. So I waited till now to make it. Why is my ghost Sangoon and Brick tier? I explained it a little bit earlier in the stream, but we can go back and do that. All right, let me present you something, okay? Now, Sangoon. Here's a video of him against Amon. All right. So when Sangun has his passive, he is an excellent character. I dare say he might even be like above average character if he had his passive permanently. Look how much damage this man is doing with his basic attacks because he did a counter. And then, wait for it, he's going to do another counter here. And then he's going to ult. Look at this damage. Boom! Another counter, more basic attacks, more skill, chunking him on 15's HP bar. Amazing character, right? Unfortunately, Amon is the only boss in the game that actively does count yellow counter attacks. If we move his ass over to Kustos, what are we doing here? We're throwing basic attacks that do like 7k damage. He is tickling this boss. This man, with the same gear and support, took 3 minutes to kill Kustos off element. Now, the second weakest character that I have here is Liho. Liho is capable of killing off element Kustos in 3 minutes. Sangun is 50% weaker than Liho because his passive is never active. If his passive had a reasonable uptime, he would be a pretty good character. Like, no joke. Sangun with his passive is like an A tier character. He never has his passive. Alright, that's my Sangun rant. Yeah, he's kind of cooked. Oh, not only that, Sangun has possibly the worst signature in the entire game. Because it's never active. Alright, let's go back to Benjamin. Benjamin might seem unassuming at a glance. He might seem like a mere off-field, sub DPS who, appears occasionally to perform a pretty powerful support skill. However, a possible dev oversight occurred with his A2. The CDR from A2 stacks additively with the CDR stat from Mons. This means that with max CDR, his skill has 95% cooldown reduction. Justice for Catboy. This game is making men weak? Alright, we need to pause right now, and I need to show a Benjamin real quick. This man is so powerful. It is unbelievable. We cannot be dissing the men in this game right now. And Cloud and Ben, dude, those two are so powerful. We're gonna go here, 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 here. I never get tired of playing this guy too, so this is a bonus for me. Go here, here. We're gonna use the same DPS stuff that I've been using all video. Here, here, here. These two, I don't need to change anything. Is Melody on? It is. Alright, bear witness to the power of the third strongest character in the game. I will show you guys everything in a second, but just watch this. Alright, ready? You're not ready. That's Benjamin. Do you get it yet? That is the level of power we're looking at. I just realized that. Oh, my stream is good. All right. This this man is a 5-star. All right. So the reason why this happens is Benjamin's A2 says his skill cooldown is decreased by 50%. This stacks additively with the 45 from the Monsterling traits, equaling a 95% cooldown reduction for some reason. When I saw this, I thought this would be multiplicative. No, it's additive. They fucked up. uh, something that was reduction. Um, along with his A4, this turns Benjamin into an absolute powerhouse of a sustain DPS. Uh he unleashes non-stop nightmare sprint attacks even after swapping due to his tag out and his support skills. No, if it was multiplicative, he would have less CD. So his base CD is 10 seconds, right? So 10 with 50% would be 0.5 times 0.65 would give a CD of 3.2. That is a significant cooldown. If his cooldown was 3.2, I think he would be like a reasonably balanced character. But because the way that it works is it's 10 times freaking 0.5 plus 0.45, right? 1 minus 0.5 and 0.45. Because it's additive, we get a 0.5 second CD. They fucking all they had to do was make it multiplicative and it would have been fine. But no, they had to make it fucking additive to make it 0.5 second cooldown. Alright, let's go back. Support skills. His existence makes all lightning DPS units in the future have to pass a Benjamin check. If they aren't duped enough, probably A2 plus, Benjamin will just out damage them. All limited lightning. He is truly a tier above the rest of the cast. I have a theory that Benjamin was designed as a limited 5-star, but sometime during development, they turned his A2 kit they took his A2 kit and split it into his current A6 kit. You will you will now accept the Benjamin glaze. Yeah, there's not a lot of characters that can just walk into a Varden 15 and blow his ass up in 20 seconds. Look at this man. He's so hot. Alright. What was I doing? I'm not even gonna do a sub DPS for him. This man deserves the respect of a main DPS champion. Teammates. Where's Yanhua? There she is. Give me those two. Where's Reina at, actually? I can put Reina as a sub. What? Give me this. What? Give me a Reina. There we go. He deserves the glaze. Main DPS core. Ben even gets extra benefit from Yeon, though he's actually capable of sustaining lightning affliction by himself. Right, so you might think that he gets a little bit more because Yanhua is lightning, so Yanhua does the lightning affliction for him. No, he can do lightning affliction by himself. Let me point you towards this. Benjamin's own lightning affliction lasts 10 seconds. He's his own lightning affliction engine. He doesn't even need Yanhua to, like, help him out. He is just that strong. Reina... What? Why is it... What? Reina can serve as an alright substitute or the above too, but not, she's not great. A4 for max skill damage, A6 for permanent Nightmare Rush. His upgrade priority is skill much greater than support equals ult greater than BA. CDR boss damage, lightning attacker element weak is good. CDR much greater than boss damage and everything else. Why is my formatting so out of whack? Just copy it. Best mons are, I think those are right. Gogak, this. Yeah, that looks right. Hold up. I can just look here. Spoon Mugger is 11% lightning res versus Frostbite. Never mind. Yeah. Never mind. We'll just use Scar. We don't need Frostbite. Stick Mugger on him and Spoon on Yun. Lightning damage buff is saturating the lightning damage stat, whereas decreasing enemy lightning resistance is not really saturating anything, making the lightning resistance decrease more effective than getting lightning stat, if that makes sense. I am not a partnered creator. So if there's two mons, one that increases your, like, say, your element damage, and one that decreases enemy resist, the one that decreases resist is 99.9% of the time better, even if it has a smaller number. I think I will add Frostbite into here. Let me save Frostbite. But, like, the difference is small. It doesn't matter. All the muggers are, like, pretty equivalently powerful. They're just good mons. In fact, I might just put it in here as a, like... Frostbite. Frostbite's a pretty cute dog, right? Frostbite, and then I will put the other mugger. Is it fork? No, it's stick mugger. Do res effects stack? Yes, as long as the number that is like being reduced is different, everything stacks. So if you have a yellow, if you say have a yellow spoon mugger, and someone else in your party has a purple spoon mugger, and then the third lightning member of your 3 lightning DPS in a trench coat has a blue lightning, blue stick mugger, all of them would stick together, would stack together. Gogak Link is the best one. Yep, that looks good to me. Can you talk about support skill damage of Monster Link? Yes. So, what support... Look at this man. Oh my god. Alright. So, let's go over to someone who doesn't have gear on. Let's go Angel. So, the way that support damage boost works is... when you have a support in the party, let's say I add my Francis. Yeah, add my Francis. So Francis will gain a certain amount of support damage boost from her support stat, okay? So this support stat will translate into, okay, everyone stop being horny after Benjamin. The support stat turns into a support damage boost, and everyone in the party will gain the support damage boost from the support stat of the supporters in your party. So now that, you know, my party is these two, right? My Angel will inherit 43% support from the Francis in the party. Does that make sense? Now, what the support boost, let's see. What the support damage boost does, say like I equip this, and this, and this, what it does is it adds to this stat, but it doesn't add to your team stats. It is only for the character equipping the Mon trait, getting more support damage boost. And this support damage boost does basically exactly what is stated on the box. It'll increase the damage of your support skills, tag out skills, attacks that are basic attacks that are performed while you're swapped off by fighters. There's some like experimental evidence suggesting that the effect is different for basic attacks. Like the support damage bonus is like diminished for basic attacks, but we know that support skills and tag out skills gain 100% of the boost from support damage boost. Get it now? Okay, cool. So the trait is for only the holder, whereas a supporter using support boots gives it to the whole party. All right, let's go back. I think Benjamin is done. I think that is yeah, that's everything. Cool. It's good on Yeon? Yeah. Just about all of Yeon's damage is support damage. That's why I have it here as like the 3rd priority. I thought you were a partner. How can we have access to the spreadsheet? I need recommended monsterling info, the one you're going. I will have this spreadsheet on my YouTube, and I'll post it in like the description of all my videos, and also I will have it in the Discord, the like official Mongil Stardive Discord when I finish it. which might not be tonight because it is 5 a.m. and I haven't slept yet, but I am kind of nocturnal, so it's fine. Um, let's just keep going. We're almost done, guys. How many more do we have? We have Esther, Penny, Flair, Bonnie, Sarah, Verna, Liho, Daisy. Yeah, we're almost done. Night owls to the max. Liho, I hate you. All right, let's go do Liho. I lost my border. Main on-field DPS, debuffer, luggage. A6 is relevant. Signature weapon dupes. Fucking C tier, dude. Get that thing out of my face. You missed the Mina part? His damage, it's fucking like 6 out of 10, dude. Man's weak as tits. Field time, variable can main or tag out fast. Can main DPS or tag out fast. Support, fifth high uptime, 15% fire res shred. It should be 5 parentheses 15. Breaking is low as hell. We're gonna merge these two and just call it an A6. This man gets a 6 out of 10, and I just realized I'm basically ranking them all off of their damage. That's pretty... How to piss. I'll shove him the 4-star character Sig weapon. Sangun should be below Liho. Leave Daisy alone in the... Rotations. Skill to swap out. This is his best support rotation. Hold on. Intro to skill. Technically, this guy has an intro skill. Like, if he triggers his passive, he does a special move like in Weathering Waves. He just like he intros. This is his best support rotation. Use skill to trigger certain links and activate duos any. Ult Liho has the highest ult multiplier. No, his ult gets outclassed by a lot of people. So his ult, let's go take a look. Sees level 13. His ult multiplier is like 1.1k, right? So if we go over to her, she has the same multiplier, but if I remember correctly, her A2 gives that 40% more damage. So she has a 40% stronger ult than Liho. Yanhua gets her thing, like, increases her ult damage by 50%, and A6, she casts a second one. So, 50% more on top of this, plus a second one. So, Yanhua's ult is like 2 Liho ults, you know? I think even Verna has a pretty good ult. Yeah, Verna's ult's good too. Liho's ult is really good for screenshots though. Like, I've slapped Rift bosses for like 2 million with him before. So intro his hold, how does it even work? Hold BA? It's like intro to EBA? No, hold BA and then mash BA. Liho's basic rotation plays itself. You automatically throw his spear to enter Tiger Hunt. Hunter then mash BA to do some weak AF swings. Alright, now, I want to point everyone's attention to this, alright? Because this is hilarious. Liho is this big, gigantic muscle man, right? Where when he like he comes in, drops down, and aims his fire spear forward in this most awesome aura farming pose, right? And then he does his cool ass zigzag and chucks his spear forward to enter his power boosted Tiger Hunter stance. How much damage do you think Tiger Hunter's stance does? 56, 52. Why did the balancing team have to hook this man's damage ratio so much? He could have been so much more than what he is right now if they just gave him real damage ratio. Liho is the definition of outclassed. As a main DPS, he simply lacks the damage multipliers in his EBAs to do any relevant to do damage comparable to that of any other DPS in the game. As a support, he does provide a high uptime 15% fire resistance shred, but he lacks the move set that would that Yanhua and Angel have that allows them to use the stronger support Mon ranks effectively. What the hell was that? Overall, Liho is a main DPS that can't main DPS, and a support that can't really support. Unfortunate. A single awakening that improved his ult would have made him better. I think they just should have just made his moveset do more damage. Bro, he does so much. Like, he freaking aura farms and then does this cool zigzag and then chucks his spear. The camera zooms into him throwing that spear. Like, it has so much impact. And he unlocks this awesome Tiger Hunter state. That Tiger Hunter state should do more than 50% damage a swing, man. Support. Where Liho. All those big muscles. Yeah, exactly. I like his playstyle a bit too. I just wish his Tiger Hunter did more damage and maybe like did something more than him go swinging left and then swinging right and then swinging left and then swinging right. That is literally what not that's what Liho does. Let me check my own Discord here. Meep. Should I repost a link to the stream in the Discords? I think Maybe people are waking up and might be interested. Who knows? Whatever. I don't care enough. Um. All right. Support. Same characters. Fucking A6 required. Uh. None of these matter. So it's like support greater than ult greater than BA skill equals BA. Yeah, I agree with those. I agree with these. I agree with these. Yep, that's good. Main DPS. I'm gonna put Angel here. Where's Angel? Or just play Angel and have her out DPS your main DPS, Liho. BA greater than ult greater than support greater than skill. Yep, perfect. Does anyone already completed Rift 30? Rift 30 is in the realm of people who have Mina dupes right now. Uh, all the whales have completed upwards to like 50 basically. Like I've cleared Rift 50 in 3 minutes and 50 seconds. That's pretty cool, right? Alright, that's Liho done. I never want to look at this character ever again. Who's next? Yep, Rift 50. I have a video on my first Rift 50 clear. I didn't record the 4-minute clear. We have Esther, we have Penny, we have Flare, Bonnie, Sarah, Verna, Daisy. Almost done. Daisy, I hate you. Let's go do Daisy. Daisy will be very fast. Uh, can y'all even hear the background music? I've been playing like the Mongil Stardive like title screen music for the past like 3 hours, and it's kind of getting annoying to me. Um, we should switch the music up. What are we doing? Daisy? Yeah. No, I cannot. All right. I turned it down because somebody said it was like quiet. All right, here. Y'all can now enjoy the Mongil Stardive music. Play Roadie. Awakening relevant. What the fuck does? Useless. 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 Fucking D tier trash. This is gonna get C tier because Melody exists. Non-boss fodder monsterling tier. Okay. Let's be honest here. Daisy does more damage than Francis. 3 out of 10. Verina's long-lost cousin. Verina is a good character, okay? Verina actually buffs your team. Daisy doesn't do anything. Variable. Support. Revive. Decent, good healing. revive. A6. Yeah, do not disrespect Verena. Verena is good. Overall score. What the fuck did I give Sangun? Was it a 3? Wind. I didn't even finish it. I'll give her a fucking 2, dude. A6. Her skill heals, I guess. It would have been better to delete Daisy. True. Daisy is what Francis would be if you removed every part of Francis' kit. Daisy has no buffing in her kit. In a game where all content have a timer, we want to maximize DPS. A healer who does not do any deep damage buffing and can only revive does not increase DPS. Fortunately, Daisy is of the support role, meaning she can hold Melody. There are currently 1, 2, 3, 4. Where did it go? There are currently 4 better Melody holders in the game. You had your Mongil client on. It's called Hopes and Dreams. Please don't. Just run Francis. Smiley face. Healer. Not smiley face. Let's go. Big sad face. I'm just gonna, I'll just delete all of these. Just like Sangun, she does not deserve the respect of having a build. There we go. They can't build what they can't see. What? Don't build. Just play Francis. Even if your Francis is A0, she's still way better. Alright, that's Daisy. I did Daisy. Oh, I know what I can put in these boxes. I can put like the tier list rankings and stuff. That would be cool. Alright, we have finished Daisy. Who else do we have? Esther, Penny, Flair, Bonnie, Sarah, and Verna. Almost done. Who's next? put Sangoon with passive on in A tier? No. Verna? I like Verna. I have played more Verna than I think any other human on this planet. Verna. On field, main DPS, baby. Awakening relevance. All of her stuff are good. I'll put A here. Her sig is like an A tier. Her damage is like 7. She's like Gabby, I think. What did I give Ophelia? 8? 7? 8? 8, okay. Field time, variable, can do full damage with fighter passive. No support. Breaking, her breaking's actually kind of good. It's like middling. My rating for her is a 7 out of 10. 1 point less than Cloud. She's the reason why my Cloud keeps getting killed on bosses when I first play the game. There's these. Mash, BA, and the cast skill off cooldown. Simplest rotation known to man. Just keep mashing or BA and cast that skill when you can. Verna is basically Fire Ophelia. She casts her skill to buff her BAs, and can swap out and let the fighter passive do a full BA rotation without losing the fire buff. She's literally just Ophelia, right? Like, very simple to play. No intricacies. I don't know how to spell that word. No gimmicks. Just consistent, sustained fire DPS. And the reason is she deals more damage than Leo. It's already 6. When do I? I'm gonna be. I already ate like before I started the stream, so I'm just gonna go to sleep and then sleep for a little while, and then I'll get up and eat like a quote unquote breakfast in the afternoon. I'm like a bit nocturnal. Main DPS. I want to finish this tonight. We're almost done. Let's invite some more people in here, shall we? What is the share link to this stream? Still streaming guide creation. I need to bloat my viewership up to like 20 viewers again. We need to add an emote. I forgot. What are we doing here? Right. Verna. Consistent DPS. Where's Mina? There we go. Teammates. Neither of these. Just put these two here. Where's Angel at? There she is. Or just play Angel and have her do half the carrying. Recommended Awakening a 6. We're gonna do BA greater than skill, greater than ult. This is a CDR character, so we're just gonna copy these. This is irrelevant. This is also irrelevant. These are not viable subs. Alright, perfect. I could have just copied these. That's it. Easy. Alright, how many more do we need? We've done Verna. It's now down to the final couple. Esther, Penny, Flair, Bonnie, Sarah. That's 5 characters. We're almost done. Let me check again. Did I rate Cloud's damage as 8? Yeah, I did. Roll a d6? I like that. I have a d20 on my desk, but... Oh, perfect, a d10. There's 5 more characters, right? We'll do 1, 2, 1 sec. We're gonna do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I rolled a 4. 1, 2, 3, it's Penny time. God damn it. Penny changes too much on A2. Can I just skip her? I don't wanna. I don't wanna do this. Sub DPS, Awakening relevance. She has really good awakenings. Her signature is also really good. Damage? Her damage is like, it's not Ben, it's not Cloud, it's like 7. Build time variable, none. Her breaking is middling. I need to use the double thingy again. Where can I fetch one? Right here. A0 is like a... I want to give it like a 6 out of 10. She is so annoying to play at A0. Cloud is good? Oh god. Do you want to know? Alright, hold up. I love it. I love it doing this every time. Showing people just how crazy good Cloud is. I have videos of Cloud on my YouTube already. Like him doing off-element Rift 22, like, pretty effortlessly. Where's my breaker boots? Right here. I'll use the same gear that I've used all stream. And my standard main DPS gear right now. Soon, this Duo Zinni will be replaced by this Golgak. This Golgak is almost ready. Yeah, I still have blue buffs. Alright, prepare to be amazed. How do I play this character again? Where's Yeon? There she is. Here, I'm gonna be fair to the boys and not equip my Moon Shadow Loop. I'll just send it in as is. Boom! Is the gold trade by gacha 50-50 chance like random? Yeah, you just get it from farming monsters. Like, if you cleared a map every single day, you'll be swimming in gold monster trades. And you can get a lot of it from fusing as well. It's just RNG from monsters. Obviously, like, on element conquest is too short for a good test, but I can assure you, of all the 5 stars, I mean the 4 stars I've played, Ben is by far the strongest. Second place is Cloud. Like, Cloud is the second strongest 4-star DPS by a wide margin. Next up would be Angel. But yeah, Cloud is pretty much uncontested. Except Ben. Ben is in a different stratosphere. Where am I? Oh yeah, Penny. Her damage like a 6 here. A6 is a question mark because we don't know. The rotations, it's something like BA. Is it 4 or is it 3? Let's go look. Yeah, it's BA4 to dash to CBA charge basic attack. To skill, to repeat, or swap out. I think? Yeah, that's correct. The goal of Penny's rotation is to get a coin, do a charge BA to activate her SIG, then use the coin. Oh wait, I missed one. CBA to BA4 to use the coin. Do a charge BA to activate her SIG, get the coin back with a BA4 that chains from the CBA, then use that coin to cast a enhanced skill. Why build Penny when we have Benjamin? Actually true. Like, going now, it's fun. Okay, thank you for watching. I'll have you all know I am not monetized. I don't get any money from any of this. I'm just doing this for fun. Let's see. Penny is a main DPS lightning character in an element that is filled with some of the strongest characters in the game. Unfortunately for her, she just doesn't compare with Benjamin. Despite that, her damage is alright. A1 is helps with her rotation significantly by removing jank involved with the coin mechanic. At A2, she gets to perform she effectively performs one extra skill per rotation as you rotate through your supports. Overall, a solid on-fielder with decent a solid on-fielder that is just overshadowed by two overpowered lightning characters. Benjamin and Jan would destroy the game. Yeah, that's correct. These would be, Penny even gets an extra benefit from Jan. Very cool. Recommended Awakening, A1 to avoid jank, A2 for some off-field damage. Benjamin, oh, hello. Welcome to the stream, Edward. Johan is clearly broken. The only thing making her not too broken is the defense shred lasting 2.5, and so that's a 55% uptime. That's pretty good. Skill is better than BA. Great. BA. Oh. Support. She does not need CDR. She's just boss damage, lightning. Yep. That's good. And these are the same. No frostbite. This is usable. Perfect. I'm just gonna leave it at that. Just a quick thing about Yanhua. Let me see what it is. So this is my current like support Yan set. It has basically like minimum stats. Even with these, if you take this Yanhua and throw her into a supporting scenario, like say, I'll just go into here. Like, she still does ridiculously high damage with her supporting gear. Like, look at this thing. Look at that. Holy! She's not critting anything. What a tragedy. Look at that damage. And she's doing this the entire fight as you fight a boss. That was basically like 100k. What was I doing? Yes, Penny. Alright, Penny's done. I don't want to talk anymore about Penny. Now, we're down to 4. Yeah, her support skill could be, but then she also has a hydrogen bomb built in. Where did I link the thing? From... What? How do you do this on PC? Whatever. I have a... whatever. We know how much damage her ult does, let's face it. I don't want to do it. I've hit a 2 million ult with it before. I think I can go as high as 3 million right now with my current gears. All right, let's keep going. We have Esther, we have Flare, Bonnie, and Sarah. Let's go Flare. Talk about the greatest disappointment of Mongil Stardive. Oh, yeah. She's basically nerfed Francis. Yeah, exactly. She's Francis without anything that makes Francis good. Sub DPS slash buffer debuffer slash buffer slash well, hold on, I'll just say support slash breaker. No, she's not a breaker. I have to make that clear. She does not break very well. Awakening relevance, only A2. A1 and A2. Sig dupes, she has one of the weakest Sigs in the game. I'll put it at C. Her damage, I want to put it at like a 4. Yeah, that sounds right. It's like round 1. It's like around 2 seconds, I want to say. Hold on, let's go look. Was that almost 3 No, I think 2 seconds is right. Man, that thing is so slow. I'll just say 3 seconds, because I'm not really sure. If you cast your ult, it's definitely 3 seconds. Support, it's like 17% fire damage bonus or something at A2. Okay. It's... Her ult says... Alright. 15% defense shred. 14% fire from A2. Breaking, genuinely low, like very, very low. Overall score. How do I? Let's just take these. So I will rate her at A0 and A2 because those are the only like relevant points. At A0, she's possibly the like least useful character in the game. She's like 4 out of 10, I want to say. Probably like she's better than Daisy. What did I give Daisy? Or like Sangun? 2 out of 10? Okay, she's 4 out of 10. That's fair. And then at A2, she's like usable. She's not Yanhua, which is a 10 out of 10. Angel is an 8 out of 10, so she gets a 7, a 6. Six, I think would be fair. Maybe 7. Would I rather use A2 Flare or A2 Angel? Honestly, A2 Angel. Yeah, alright, 6 it is. A1 is not permanent. In the best case scenario in Rift, it's about a 40% uptime. And outside of Rift, is way lower. Like, you're never going to see that ult in like a conquest. She does. Now, again, I have to preface this. Flare has the best ult in the game, but she has 0 ult charge anywhere in her kit. Like, where is the ult charge in this useless fucking Sig? If she had ult charge on the level of Mina, she would be a good character. Like, no joke, would be good. But they didn't give her any ult charge, and her ult uptime is ass cheeks. And that just, like, it's quite unfortunate, honestly. Flare was the most hyped unit on launch, and are you sure the defense shred lasts 8 seconds per hit of the ultimate, and her ultimate strikes 12 times? Let's bring Flare into... Hold on, give me a sec. There's a large insect on my wall that I have to turn into paste. Alright. Neutralization damage increases the amount of stagger buildup, the white bar underneath the boss's health bars. It is a very, very bad stat overall. Let's outfit her with the support special. I'll have her replace Yanhua. Yeah, that looks right. Here, that's correct. All correct. Go here. Switch Yan's gear. Rift 50 run incoming, guys. Get hyped. Guess I can use this one. Cloud boots. That looks good. And those stats look pretty solid. Let's go get Mina. That's not right. Duo Zinni. That looks right. Alright. Everyone, I will do this run, and we will watch it back to see the uptimes. We're gonna do some Rift 50 live. I actually don't even know if I can clear with Flare, but I'll try to get as far as I can. I hope my Duo Zinni's off cooldown. Perfect. Rift 21 soon. Rift 51. Alright, watch the uptimes. I can't cast it yet. I was scared there. I thought he did a follow-up after that attack. One, two, three. EQ. Eldorado, active. I'm dead. Fuck! This is still a good look at the uptime. I always die to that attack, because... Yeah, there, it ends there. That's just the Ashen Mask special. When he comes out of his stagger, he will almost always do that slam attack, where, yeah. Let's do that again. That was not a good showing. Why aren't the slimes getting pulled? What was that? Ice Fist Dude? I'm pretty fine with Ice Fist Dude and Goric. Alright, let's not die to that attack this time, shall we? Okay, I know he doesn't have a follow-up this time. I need to do one more EBA. There we go. Q. And then we turn on El Dorado. Ult again. There's the slam. Right. We can only see the uptime on the final boss, I think. These guys die too fast. Place your bets. What's the buff? Is it HP healing? It's crit rate. Alright. So the difference here, right? So all the other support characters that we've looked at, like Yanhua and Angel, they operate at full power, like off rip. Notice how Flare's ult is just not up, so she's not doing anything. What the fuck was that knockup? And then right here, it's still not up. I have to go back to this. So Flare basically did not participate in this boss fight, whereas all the other supporters would have participated, but it doesn't really matter. My Mina is quite strong. This is a Mina solo clear room, and I already messed up the first encounter because I'm freaking bad. Oop, bop, 1, 2. Stand right here. Boop, bop, 1, 2, 3. It didn't crit! What a scam! He didn't die either! Alright, Mina is not solo clearing. This is one of the worst rooms. Second wave, we have to wait a little bit before the swaps. Do this. Third wave, we stand right here. The turtle lived! Haha! Do that, kill those 3. They didn't die. Yanhua would have finished them off. So that room kind of showcased you don't pre-charge your attack. What do you mean pre-charge? So that room kind of showcased why Flare feels kind of useless in mob rooms. Like, that whole time, there was not a good time to switch into Flare, if that makes sense. And then here's the final room. So we get to see the flare uptime here, and why I said it's around 50% or 40% rather. Hopefully I don't die. Oh shit, he's using a move. Counter. Alright, here we go. I have to be careful with the roots attack here. Alright, so the dragon buff is still going, and the dragon is about to wear off. Now, look at Flare's ult charge right now. It's not here, so this rotation, I will not get any Flare. Oh, shit. I was not ready. I messed up. I messed up this rotation. I should have done swaps. Whoops. I have to do 2 sets of EBAs here to get ult energy, and then do another ult. I did not get Eldorado, so I'll ult here. Here, this also shows the Eldorado and Francis ult staggering. I only use Francis ult when I don't have Eldorado. There we go. So that kind of shows what I mean by Flare's ult uptime, right? Like, it's not great. It's active around 40% of the time in longer fights, and it is way less in shorter fights because you only get to use it once in shorter fights. Should I make that into a video? I cleared Rift 50 with Flare. And did not live up to that hype. At A... Even with cheerleader Flare. At A0, she basically does nothing. Her stagger power is weaker than almost every other character in the game. And her ult provides a tiny 5% defense shred. A0 Flare can safely be labeled as one of the weakest characters in the game. Her stagger power red. She does very little damage with her skill. Yeah, there we go. At A1, her ult defense shred goes up to 15%. This gives Flare arguably the best ultimate skill in the game. Unfortunately, the devs did not bless Flare with a sig that gives ult charge speed. Instead, they gave a character that does negligible damage a 60% attack buff. At A2, she gains some fire damage, some party fire damage buffing. this elevates her to a level that is somewhat competitive with the generic buffers of the game. However, from testing, she on average still falls short due to weaker boss performance than Yanhua and weaker mobbing performance than Angel. Flare is Flare is a character who got a support kit but didn't get a support sig. And it is quite unfortunate. I like that playing a Rift 50 cut my viewership in half. That's pretty funny. Nobody actually wants to see Mongil Stardive gameplay. Fire main DPS. Flare only has a purpose in fire teams, where at A2 she performs decently. Not bad, but not beyond or Angel. Recommended Awakening, A2. Skill equals ult greater than support greater than BA. You gotta make Mongil montages? What the fuck does that even mean? Montages of what? She does not need CDR. Get that shit out of here. For things, we'll grab this setup. Yeah. I don't know, Rift? I already basically only make Rift content anyways. Let's see. I have 400 subscribers. I'm like 100 off from being monetized. Holy. Feel like this game isn't gonna last long. I still have faith in the devs that they're gonna give us an end game and that it's going to be better, but because I love this game and this game is genuinely well made, I feel like it's gonna survive at least a little bit longer if they get their shit together. I'm basically only making Rift content already anyways. Look at this. Rift. Yeah. Alright, that's Flare. Flare's done. Oh, use Duo Zinni Link if fighting off element. Oh wait, no wait, I have better things. These two. Use Teal Tar or Cinder when fighting off element. She is a support. Just want my support damage boost to be active at all time and not be locked behind some BS mechanic. Alright, it's almost done. This list is almost done. Uh, Esther, Bonnie, and Sarah is it. I don't feel like I can write a Sarah guide right now because I don't have A6. I can write. I don't feel like I also don't feel like I'm qualified for Bonnie because I played it on an alt account, and this account is drastically more powerful and a different experience compared to alt accounts. So I guess I can put them in and just say like work in progress. Because let's face it, nobody's actually playing these characters right now. Like, if you're a Sarah player, please raise your hand in chat. I'll just go do Esther. Oh wait, let me mention something in Melody. Note the dupes do not increase Melody's buffing linearly. The first and last dupe give double the amount of the second and the third dupes. Go F2 or all the way to F5. Did you guys know that Melody does 0 damage out of 10? Esther, 10 out of 10 damage. Same as Mina, with a 7 to 10 second field time. Is that right? No. Field time's... I don't like this. Hold on. A1, to 13 second with 2 smoke. Support, none. Breaking? She's actually pretty good. Above average, I guess? Overall score... Let me go to lightning to grab something like this. Base, she's like an Ophelia out of 10 at base. And then A6, she's like I gave Mina, she gets a 9.5. This is not a 10. No, I think I should go to that. There's 2 different rotations. There's 3 different rotations. Skill to dash to EBA X3 to dash. Wait, no, EBA to dash X3. This X2. Yes. We're gonna go here, and we're going to go to the Esther rotation guide. To the top. not 3. This is 4. What am I saying? I've played this character, I swear. The alternate is A1 Smoke to EBA dash 4 to Smoke. I hate this. These rotations are too long. Why is this game complicated? This is the A0 rotation. With CDR, Esther can fit 2 smoke rotations into her allotted. How do you spell allotted? Shit. There's 2 T's! Allotted, on-field time. Optional A1 rotation. A1 smoke can fill time to where you do only 1 smoke rotation. Situationally better than the CDR rotation. Where's Yan? Where is Yanhua? Lightning. Oh, wind core. A1 for quality of life. A2 for damage. A6 for damage. She has BA greater than ult, much greater than... wait, no. Ult greater than support, much greater than skill. Anything. G1 doesn't do damage. Oh, I never filled these out. Hold up. Where's Golgak? Golgak. Where's the generic support stuff? There we go. I don't think I can reasonably say I'm on flex, I guess. Subs can include Nocjung here. File insert image Nocjung. Use Nocjung link when not fighting Wind Weak. Man, Wind has some truly awful mods. Alright, where's the standard DPS setup? Where's Golgak? These 3. Good enough. We're gonna go these 3 with a Amon in the middle, I guess. That's a Scar. Where's Amon? There he is. Subs. Since hard. Merge these. Let's put Nocjung here. Well, maybe not Nocjung. I'll put, like, Plains Minotaur as well. Is that the right one? What the fuck does Plains Minotaur do? That's Teal'tar. Plains Minotaur. 5% wind? Hey, any wind gamers in the chat that uses Nocjung and like Plains Minotaur and Man Wall and know which one is the best one? What? There we go. That was weird. Merge those four? Can't. We'll select these 4 tiles, maybe? That is so weird. Alright. I'll just do that. And then... There we go. Sub out Amon and switch to Nocjung, Plains Minotaur or Manwall link when fighting off element. Cool. Esther. Esther is currently the game's only real wind DPS. She relies on having her smoke to perform EVAs that can be cancelled after the last hit to quickly chain together up to 4 sets per smoke. At A0, she wants max CDR to be able to use 2 sets of smokes to fully utilize her field time. At A1, she has the option to use a bonus 3-second smoke on Switch It. This enables a 0 CDR play style where you use the bonus smoke, then the skill smoke to fill her field time. A1 Plus still has access to the CDR playstyle, which is sometimes better due to all the EVAs getting a bonus from Esther's Sig. Esther is completely reliant on G1's infinite stamina stamina buff to perform well. Without it, she loses many sets of EVA per rotation. What else? What else can I say about this character? Esther has iframes during EVA 3. If you can be greedy and try to dodge things with it, though. Yeah, that's it. Not really anything else to say, I think. Lesson slot, boss damage, greater than wind, better than attack. I want to say CDR. I like the CDR version of this character, I think. I've converted attack or element weak. CDR, I think I'll put equal to boss damage, greater than wind, greater than attack. Actually, no, she has a shit ton of wind. Wind equals attack. No, she also has a shit ton of attack. All right, wind greater than attack, greater than element weak. Cool. All right, Esther's done. We're basically done. This is, I think, the finale. We have these two to go, and I don't feel confident in talking about them right now, so let's set up their pages and just leave it at that, and I'll call it a day, or I'll call it a morning and go to sleep because I'm tired. Sarah. Delete these because I do not have I can't say any of these right now. Work in progress. And then the last character we have is Bonnie. Fuck is that? Alright, hold up. This is hilarious. Let's copy all of these. Bonnie. I will also put work in progress for her. Can I just get rid of these rows? Yeah, let's do that. There we go. Alright, is that every character? Let's take a look. Fire. Mina, Angel, Liho, Verna, and Flare. That's right. Ice has Cloud, Ophelia, and Sarah. Soon to be Naraye, Daisy, Francis, Ellie, and Gabby. Lightning has the overpowered characters. Wind has Bonnie. Yep, and Melody. Yep, that's it. Alright, we have basically done the whole thing. I Um, have I played any fun teams recently? This is the only like interesting team I've played. I'll just leave this as is. Tier list I'm fairly confident about, except this. Change log, let's add a change log for 2026 slash 505 slash 14, and that is almost all character guides. Let's get this done. So, this is the character art. This is the name, overview, role, awakening relevance, dupes, relative damage compared to roll, field time, supports, buffs and debuffs offered, stagger damage potential. These are scores. This will be investment level. Yep. And then this will be score. Rotations. Skill rotation. Sample skill rotation. Sharing the Gigadoc, or are you just gonna wait to finish with a video? I think I'm just gonna share it. This is like at a level of completion that I, notes on, that I'm like okay with, I think. I hope like most of you guys think that this is alright completion. Notes and description of character. Play style. Teammates. Notes. Recommended awakening is obvious. Skill upgrade priority is obvious. These are obvious. Fuck. There we go. This is the link mon. This is mon 2, 2, mon 3. Viable substitutes. Viable substitutes. Notes on mon selection. This game is not Black Beacon. There are no ancient marks, so we can get rid of these. I kind of want to, like, organize these characters a little bit, like, put the more recent ones down at the bottom. I think I'm gonna do that. So let's go put Mina down here. Put the 5 stars up. Let's go, like, Angel and Liho and Verna can go like this. Flare gets this spot, and then Mina gets this spot, and this gets deleted. Yeah, I like that. Alright. And then we can add new ones to the bottom we kind of ordered chronologically. I like that. Ophelia gets to move down. Sarah moves up. not want to comment. Earth. Gabby moves to the bottom. I want Francis at the top. She's the best character. She deserves to be there. And then these two copy, go here, and then this can go away. Next up is Lightning, Eon. Oh, this just played itself. Wind. I guess this is completely in the wrong order. We're gonna go like this here. Bonnie will go to the top, followed by Sangun, both of which I haven't written, because, yep. Followed by Jiwon, followed by her Sig. There's Melody, and then followed by Esther. These can go away. Perfect. Team building is good. Sample teams is good so far. Tier list is good. Changelog is good. Glossary, I guess I should. El Dorado. Golgak. I think I forgot some Mons. No, I got it. Alright. Amon. Fiend. Moon Shadow Loop. Scar. Duo Zinni. Swamp Odong. Kustos. What the hell is that? That is a... Which mugger is that? This is a spoon mugger. Yes, spoon mugger. This is a Teotar. This is a Cinder. This is a Frostbite. This is a stick mugger. This is a Plains Minotaur. And this is Manwol? Where's Knockjump? Hold on. No, that is Knockjump. Alright. Oh god. Navigation page. I'm not motivated enough to go to do a mod. Oh my god. I'll just say it's work in progress. This is main DPS. Sub DPS. Support. What are the fire? Ice. Earth. Lightning. Wind. Oh, good lord. What did I just do? Yeah, I'm trying Cloud. I don't know. I didn't know he's so fun to play. He is. I like him. Uh, what was I? Earth. Yeah, Ice. Ice has 3 characters. Cloud is a main DPS. Sarah is a main DPS. And would you know it? Ophelia is a main DPS. Way to go, Ice. Fire. Flare's a support. Mina is a main DPS. Runa is a main DPS. Angels is sub DPS. And then I don't even know what Liho is. There we go. That's how I would do it. I think personally the like roles assigned in the game are useless. Like Flare's a support. She's not a breaker. She's one of the worst like neutralization characters in the game. I think characters like Yanhua, she's not an assassin. She's just a support. Let's face it. Bonnie is not a support. She's a sub DPS. Like all of these characters just have really bad like role assignments. In game at least. Like Cloud should have been a fighter. Why is he destroyer? Why do they have to nerf my boy like that and give him the shitty destroyer class? Mina. Verna. What the heck? Liho. Angel. Flare. Ophelia. Cloud. Sarah. Gabby. Ellie. Francis. Daisy. Yanhua. Penny. Reyna. Benjamin. Sangoon. Esther. Bonnie. G1. And Melody. Can I just like copy paste all of these? Where is it? You think it's just a number thing, or can't be improved by more kids or rules they created? I don't know how they can make Yanhua more assassin than support, and I'm honestly not sure how they can make Flare more sub DPS than support as well. Like, these characters were designed with a certain role in mind, and then they just kind of like arbitrarily threw shit together at them. Like, destroyer, brawl, like fighter, assassin, like I think the whole thing is just poorly implemented. Like, is Benjamin an assassin? No, his ass is a fighter, dude. He's on field and he's slapping booty cheeks all over the place. Like, alright, how do I make a link to a page? It's like, let me think. Get link to this range. Yes, that's correct. And then if I go here, I can insert a link.
I guess. Apply. Yeah, perfect. All right. Let's get all of these then. Let's get linked to this range. Insert link. Apply. Insert link. Get linked to this range. Liho. You can kind of see that I'm already kind of clocking out. I'm getting really tired. Get linked to this range. Insert link. Apply. I'm gonna go to ice. Cloud. Go to Francis. Links to this range. Alright, it's almost done. The final stretch, and then let's make this sheet public. What do you think about giving Yanhua support boots? Boots do not work unless they match the class of the character that is using them. So if you put support boots on Yeon, it does nothing. Do destroyers even destroy body parts like a Varden? They do not destroy body parts. What they destroy is the stagger bar. Most body parts mechanics and like mechanics where like there's a circle that shows up are damage based. You just do a certain amount of damage and they break. Ready to mess up one of these. Like, I just zone out so much that I forget whose link I like, copied. I'm gonna do this right now in case I forget, but we're gonna do a let's just duplicate, no, not duplicate this. Let's make another sheet, call it rename to. Okay, maybe I should duplicate because this is useless. Delete this.
Let's make a duplicate of this. Let's call it, rename Monsterling Guide. Work in progress. Team building is not work in progress anymore, so we can rename this to just team building. Sample teams is good. Alright, cool. Why did I get distracted? We need to go back to Sandu. Or Bonnie. This evaluation makes most of the whole character role system so messed up. I know! The whole character role thing is just stupid. I genuinely don't understand most of it. Like, Cloud's a main DPS, why is he a destroyer? Liho's an assassin. What even is an assassin? Are assassins main DPS? I don't know, because Angel is definitely a sub DPS. Like, she is as sub as they come. Flair's a destroyer. Why is she not a DPS? Why is she just a support character that does no damage? Earth makes total sense. Everything in Earth is perfect. Lightning, we have Reyna, who's a destroyer, who actually just does damage. She's an on-fielder with a solid rotation that does damage. Benjamin's assassin. What is an assassin? Penny's a fighter, sure, she's a main DPS. Yanhua is a support, but she's also an assassin. Esther's an assassin, but she's like basically a fighter. Bonnie's a support, but she's a support that does more damage than actually supporting. Like, she doesn't even give any buffs. The in-game thingy is just bad. Link to this range. G1. Melody. I originally thought about making a tier list where I separate the tier list into 3 sections for like main DPS, sub DPS, and support. But I didn't like that, so I just scrapped it. But that is something I could look like, maybe if it would be useful, I could make that. But I like the way that the tier list looks right now. It is the bell curves are very satisfying. So, based off of this, we know that Ice needs like a sub DPS or a support. And, we should probably get another Earth DPS sometime. I guess Ellie can main DPS some. I don't know how much I like this setup. Here, I'm gonna try something. What if I just use the games system? I don't like the game system. I think I'll just keep this, honestly. let me do some cleanup now. Because some of these needs a little bit more work. Where's Francis? Because I forgot to do this for one. For fuck's sake. So right now. Reina or Benjamin can function as Eon's main on-field DPS until Eon can ult. Let's go A6. These are all basically exactly the same. These are the same. Main DPS would be like these things. Alright, let's look over everything one more time. And then I will make it public on this YouTube and this, and the Discord. Angel has a sub DPS and main DPS section. This box needs to have border. This box needs to have border. Those mons look correct. Okay. Liho. Support main DPS. Verna. Lair. Mina. This will help a lot of people? I hope so. I know that the thing that most people want more is just the Monsterling guide, and I will make that one day. But that day is not today, because my ass is about to collapse. Let's get rid of these boxes. We don't need these. Cloud is a main DPS through and through. Zero is work in progress. Okay, we need orders here. Order here. Ophelia is good. Francis. Sub DPS and main DPS. Healer. Sub DPS. Support. Let me check again. Playstyle. This is main DPS. That can stay that for now. Main DPS, support, main DPS, support, main DPS, sub DPS, main DPS. Okay. Main DPS. Kimchi and gold casino daily not winning at all. Unlucky. I would not be including a Benjamin sub DPS because he deserves to be a god. Main DPS, sub DPS, support, main DPS, main DPS, main DPS. Okay. Win. Just leave it. Wait, I kind of glazed over a lot of stuff. Yeah, I need to put borders. Wind. Bonnie needs a border. Sangoon needs a border. Support. Do I have to write rotation? BA skill dash BA swap. Yep. Okay. And then melody played on R string. Generic support sig. That is not a G1, that is Esther. Main DPS. For real, you only need Mina for the rest of the game for pushing Rift 26 with Francis and Yanhua for max rewards. No, if Francis and Yanhua are not part of like the bonus points, you will not get max rewards at 26. At 26 you need but plus 25. So what you can do is just have Mina and like Francis or something, or Mina and Yanhua, and just carry baggage, and that might get you there. The safer option would be going to clear like, I don't know, 32, because if you can clear 32, that is 3.1 million right there. But yeah, the goal is basically to clear 26. If your characters can clear 26, you're set. Like, that is just max rewards. This should be good. Alright, this is work in progress, these are whatever, and check front page, work in progress. What is, like, the signature image you think of when you think of Mongil Stardive? Like, what is the first image that comes to mind? How about my question? Sorry, I didn't see it, my bad. Is crits, COCD, or weakness damage, boss damage good for on Scar? I wouldn't use crits because both crit rate and crit damage are capped really easily. But all the other three stats are pretty good if you're trying to make like a generic mon that can be used everywhere. My generic mons use those stats plus attack instead, because attack is more, I think, universally useful. The Blobcat? Alright, let's look for a good Mongil Stardive Neanders. So I was thinking like something more memes. Like, let me go to sheets. So for example, the Black Beacon sheet, that is not. Where is Black Beacon? Black Beacon spreadsheet. I used a meme picture of the best character in the game. So like, if we need something more lighthearted than Neanders. This is pretty good. Let me think. We can do better. I know. Hold on. I got it. Can I reverse image search this? Mongil. Damn it. No, how? Where did this cloud emote come from? I need it. I need it in my life. Mongil Star Dive emojis. It's not fair. I just want the cloud emote. I'm gonna go ask the mod. Do we have a high-res version of this emote? Look at Narai, she's so cute. Can zoom it. I don't know how much zooming it is gonna help. It's perfect. It helped a lot. Perfect. Alright, we got it. Mongil Stardive Spreadsheet Navigation page is this. This is no longer work in progress. Team building links to this page. I want it to link up to here. Tier list is good. Sample teams is good. Changelog is good. Other links, I don't have any other links right now, I don't think. This shoe that is 100% objectively true, cannot be debated. I'm not liable for starlight crystals lost due to information from the sky. Any complaints should be or the mods of the MSD Discord. If you want to decide to change anything on the sheet, DM me or ping me in Discord. That's my Discord. Credits, I'm the sheet owner, and yeah. Alright. It's good. It's perfect. Share. Copy link. All right. Let's see. Let's go to this chat, shall we? Check out how that link works. And then I'm gonna go to my dashboard and put this in the description. Actually, I can't do that right now. Can I have a really high resolution version of the cloud of this boat? And then let's put this in tips and strategies. Mongil Star Dive Guide Spreadsheet. Build comp. What other tags are there? Tier list. It is a tier list. No boss. Intro. Wow. Please refrain from posting in this thread. If you have any questions or want to discuss the material present in the sheet, do it here. This is my... No, that's fine. Alright. I think the guide side quest has been complete. I think that's it, right? Can I go to sleep now? Alright, thank you all for watching. I will try to put this spreadsheet in as many places as I can. I'm going to go to collapse now. Goodbye.